I call this regular meeting of the Village of Villa Park Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Let's start with roll call. Calvert. Hofstra. Jackson.
Here.
Case.
Here.
Ludke.
Here.
Orlowski.
Here.
Romano.
Here.
Schlinsky.
Here.
I too am present. With that, we have a quorum. Let's, so approval of minutes. Are there any questions or comments on the minutes from the meeting of 5/12/22? Right, if there are no questions or comments, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of 5/12/22.
I'll make a motion to approve minutes.
We have a motion from Chairman Orlowski. Commissioner Orlowski, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Romano. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. So first order of business here is that we don't have a court reporter this evening. So we're going to need a motion to proceed without a court reporter who will transcribe from the video. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion from Schlinsky,
second
seconded by Orlowski. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we will proceed. In that regard, I'll remind everybody that we are on video. There will be a court reporter transcribing. So if you're going to be speaking, you need to be at a microphone when you do it. You need to speak up, speak clearly, no crosstalk. Also along those lines, we have a big house. I'm sure some of you have strong emotions about this project one way or the other. I would ask that you refrain from clapping, cheering, booing, any of that. We're all here to respect each other's opinions and move forward with this application. So when we get to the public hearings before us this evening, the ways those will work is we will start with staff input. They will move to the presentation of the petitioner. Following that, anyone who wishes to speak on a particular application from the public will have about 3 minutes to do so. We ask that you come up to the dais, state your name, and preferably your address. You're not required to give your address, but if you could, that would be great. There'll be a sign-in sheet up here as well. All that will have to be given to the court reporter to become part of the record, and then you have 3 minutes or so to make your case. If you want to reiterate what someone else said, you don't necessarily need to repeat every point that's been made here. Depending on how many people are wanting to talk, we might be here all night. But it is okay to come up and say, I'm for this project, I'm opposed to this project, I support what so-and-so before me said. That's very much appreciated so that we know how you feel and how you're thinking on the project, okay? After public participation, actually, let me clarify that. When you speak for the public participation, direct your questions to me. I'll make a list of questions that we will address to the petitioners at that point when we move to questions up here. So dialogue should be between me and yourself, and I'll make sure that those questions get addressed. We will move to questions from the commission, and then we will allow the petitioner any chance for closing comments, but then we will discuss up here and have a motion this evening as is appropriate. Anyone that's wishing to speak tonight on any of these agenda items, I would ask that you stand now, raise your right hand. Even if you think you might, let's just get you sworn in so we don't have to do it piecemeal. Stand, raise your right hand, and I will swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right. Thank you. All right. So we're going to move the village code amendments following the other 2 petitions. Do we have a motion to move petition PZ 220006 to follow petition PZ 220005?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion from Orlowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ludke. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so the agenda is amended. First item of business is petition PZ 220007, 225 West Stone Avenue, Let's Go Motors. It's a special use for a vehicle body and painting shop. I understand that staff is requesting a continuation of that.
Correct. I felt that the application was incomplete. I have asked for a full site plan. We've got a series of standards that we'll use in considering the request for paint booth. A paint booth is a special use because it has the potential to create externalities. There's paint, you need good ventilation. And there's also externalities from any automotive use when you've got a lot of cars that may be sitting outside and waiting. So we're looking for a site plan which will identify where on the parcel the cars will be parked. And I'm actually going to be working with the applicant tomorrow to help him with this site plan.
Okay.
So we should be ready by July.
Okay,
Okay.
so before we continue that, is there anyone here that wanted to speak on that, or is there anyone representing the applicant here this evening? All right, so I'd entertain a motion to continue petition PZ 220007 to a date certain of July 8th, 2022.
I'll make that motion.
Is
Motion,
it July 14th? Did I have that wrong?
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Friday, to amend that motion to July 14th, 2022.
I'll make that motion.
All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Orlowski. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that matter is continued. The next item of business is petition PZ 220005, 27 West Park, Ardmore Flats, plat of subdivision variances, Ross Builders Incorporated, petitioner on behalf of Apex Ardmore LLC, the owner.
Can I make sure, Craig, are you here tonight? Oh, my gosh, thank you. How many people? Okay, thanks. So I have your PowerPoint loaded, and I have just a brief one from me. Okay. Good evening, everyone. As the chairman indicated, this is PZ 22005, and Craig Ross is with us tonight of Ross Builders. The owner of the property is Apex Ardmore LLC, and the legal notice was published for a plat of subdivision to consolidate the two land parcels, and then several variations. And I can read them if you like. I think we pretty much are familiar with them. Most people in the room have come to speak with us. There's a request for 32 parking spaces rather than the 38, which would have equated to one per bedroom. There's a garage entry on the side yard off of Princeton. There's a request for a reduction of the requirements for lot coverage, the impervious surface. And then there's a 7-foot streetscape in the front, because the property is unable to meet the 13-foot streetscape. I'll get into that later. There's a relief from the visibility triangle, and it was published with other such further relief, and I have added one more, and it's foundation landscaping in the rear. So there's been several notices out there and meetings that people have been able to come and learn more about the project. He's been at 3 separate Traffic and Safety Commission meetings. Thank you for attending those, Craig. He did speak with this board on April 14th with a concept plan. There was a community open house, which the developer has hosted. The legal notice was published, the letters were mailed, and then any dates moving forward are still to be determined. This is what's on the property right now. It's a relatively small building. It's a 17,000 square foot lot, so you can see it doesn't cover much. It's generally totally impervious, mostly paved. And what's proposed, this is the rendering of the landscaping, looking from the corner of Park and Princeton. It would be an 11,239 square foot, 24 unit residential building, 4 stories, with the first floor being comprised of 2 units and 22 parking spaces. And in total, the residential on all floors is 10 one-bedrooms, 14 two. So there's 24 units with 38 bedrooms, and I'll let Mr. Ross go into more detail in his presentation. We have noted, this is something that came up, Mr. Ross, just in staff dialogue this week. The way you've drawn it, we had 6 new parking spaces on Park Boulevard. We're going to have to confirm on ADA. One of those may have to become an ADA space because you count the number around the block without crossing a block. And once you get over 26 on the block, you may need another ADA. We're still looking at that. And some of the details, commissioners, are still to be determined when we would move into final engineering. So it's not a fully, not all details are fully known as it would relate to engineering items. That's one of them. Okay. So I've referenced the Princeton entrance, the 10 spaces in the rear. One of the benefits we think is he's agreed to put a new landscape island at Princeton and Park. And that's going to change the corner and the way the building sets at the street. It will create more protection for those folks parking on those perpendicular lots. In my memo, I referenced there might be one new space on the street, and I was incorrect. So the street parking will remain the same. Right now, it's west side only on Princeton. So I just want to make sure everyone sees that and is confirmed with that. In many elements, the project totally meets the code. And remember, this is a combined Plan Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals. And so a good part of the work of the commission is confirming that the project meets the code. And so it meets the land use, residential is permitted, it meets the height, they're actually shorter than they could build. They have set back the 4th floor, the facade materials and the articulation in the building meet the design guidelines in the code. And it does meet the standard for a traffic analysis, not a full-blown traffic study. And the conditions for landscaping, just so people from the community, our residents are aware, in 2018, our new zoning code put in landscape requirements. They did not exist before. So we've put them into the code as a way to start to green up the community. So this is a request for variation. It's a grant of relief from strict compliance to alleviate a practical difficulty or a hardship that would be caused by literal enforcement. And therefore, I've worked with the applicant a lot to try and minimize any request for variation. It's intended to provide site-specific relief when the requirements would render the land difficult because of a unique or special characteristic to the property itself. This parcel is not a regular shape. It's irregular, it's angular because of park, and that does create some hardship for the design. So looking at the variances that were requested, the visibility triangle, as we work through this brand new zoning code, we are finding there are some conflicts in it. The visibility triangle is one. It requires 10 feet from the corner along Park and Princeton to be a visibility triangle, yet, did my mic go out? Can people hear me? Okay. Yet the, there it is, yet the building itself is to be set back 5 feet. And I want to point out too, this is a form-based code. The code that we have right now is blended. Originally, traditionally, the village code has been a traditional Euclidean zoning district that just looked at the uses, the setbacks, the height, and it focused as much on what was happening in the buildings as how they were set on the lot. We now have a blended form-based code and traditional code. So this is a form-based code district with the MX, and it focuses on the bulk and mass of the building and where it sits, and more so on the building itself than on the uses. So when you have this in the sections of the code that are form-based, there's a variety of building types that could be put in each district, and a general building is proposed for this project. 4.4.3, which is Article 4, the MX districts in our zoning code, talks about the general building and what's required there. So when I talk about doing the analysis, I've looked at the building form itself for the general form, I've looked at the landscaping, we've looked at the parking, various sections of the zoning code. But the visibility triangle, back to that, there's a hardship in the code, and the commission at the last meeting actually talked about modification to that, and we're going to leave some of that to discretion to staff when there's a conflict. We're going to try and get it whenever we can, but in these form-based codes, we will not be able to get a visibility triangle. It's a hardship that exists based on the code. The garage entrance is proposed on Princeton. The code with these form-based codes, those sections try and push all of the auto activity to the rear, and that's why the preferred entrance to the garage is from the alley. But at the same time, we have to balance the parking, and if that were to happen, quite a few parking spaces would be lost. And so the request has been to enter from Princeton, and staff feels that the lot configuration, the shallowness, and what it does to the remainder of the site does create a hardship. So we do recommend the approval of that variance request. The minimum 13-foot streetscape is also something created, this time by the village. If you look at the island, the new peninsula out there, the landscape island, and if you were to draw a line straight parallel to the line, that would normally be the curb. You'd have street, you'd have grass, you'd have sidewalk, you'd have building. And the village has paved that parkway area to create those perpendicular spaces that exist on Park that are often used for the festivals and the events. And because we paved it, the curb line has effectively moved the 18 feet south, closer to the building. The code requires a 13-foot streetscape area, and it's measured from the curb. But in this instance, because we've moved that curb south, we've created the hardship for him. He is 14 feet from the curb with the building, with 7 feet of landscape in front of the building right now. And we do believe that the fact that the curb was moved creates a hardship, and staff recommends the variance for that. The foundation landscaping, we also recommend, it's a shallow lot, and to landscape the back would remove all parking or start to remove it from the rear or impact it in general. So we recommend that variation as well. There's two other variations. One is lot coverage and the other is parking spaces. The table on the right comes from the site plan, and as proposed, it will be greener than it is now. They're adding about 79 square feet was the calc in the last site plan, plus an additional almost 500 feet on the right-of-way. So the site will become less impervious. But the building itself is about 64% of the lot coverage, and so I've talked to Mr. Ross that if the remainder of the lot was in landscaping and a permeable material, it would meet code and that variance would go away, so we can support that. Parking spaces, I think, will be the one item the commission's going to most have to think about today on whether or not it warrants the hardship. And I will note that staff, all the departments review these projects together, and police, fire, economic development, community development, and engineering, we would like to see perpendicular parking, because one of the big concerns we've heard from everybody is the alley. And some people want it to go eastbound, and some people want it to go westbound. Some people, have other thoughts altogether. But perpendicular parking will allow more flexible movement. It will aid in the snow plowing. And he'll gain one space doing it that way, plus there'd be room for additional landscaping on Princeton. It disperses all of the trips in multiple directions so that they're not all forced out one way or the other. So I referenced engineering, and some items are going to be completed prior to a building permit. The signage and striping, the traffic study, we're still looking for a little more information. The plat of subdivision, and then actual design of that landscape island still needs to be confirmed. For example, there's a stormwater inlet we may move, and then we need to make sure that the stop bar is far enough away from the sidewalk to meet ADA, little items like that. This is the zoning that exists. You can see it's MXT, excuse me. It's MXT, and to the south is MXR2, which is residential. All of the yellow is RS75, which is single-family residential. But this is what's considered to be the Ardmore Business District. And I had done some calculations on moving the building and working to create the perpendicular parking. And I was just doing a rough sketch here, basically. I think the commission we can come back to this when you guys talk. The findings of fact in the memo that everyone's read from online were submitted by Mr. Ross, by the petitioner. And I would like this evening for the commission to decide if you support the request as submitted or if you want to see any changes, and then determine which way you go, if you can vote tonight and make your recommendation to the village board, or if you feel strongly enough that you want to see designs come back to you. And I'll leave that to the commission's deliberation.
Okay, thank you.
You ready for Craig?
Yeah.
For Mr. Ross? Okay.
So whoever's going to speak, as you come up, you'll state your name and address for the record, and if you're representing a company, then state that as well. And if you have a hard to spell last name, spell that and save the poor court reporter transcribing, trying to have to look you up.
I've got an easy one for you. Craig Ross, ROSS, Ross Builders, 23 North Lincoln Street, Hinsdale, Illinois, 60521. Well, thanks for having us, commissioners. Thanks, Ellen, for that presentation. That was great. Thanks to the community for coming out. I've met a bunch of you already, and look forward to presenting this to you again. We've made some changes since the last time we've been here, so we certainly want to highlight those. I've got a lot here, so I'm going to run through it kind of fast. If there's something that you've got a quick question on or that isn't clear, certainly stop me if you want.
Yeah,
I don't want to take too much time up.
One point that I would make is
Yep.
this is the first public hearing.
Right.
So the things that you presented before or in other settings are not part of that hearing. So
Okay.
make sure you get everything on the record that you want on the record related
Definitely.
to the project. Thank you.
So the project's 27 West Park Boulevard. It's the southeast corner of the intersection of Park Boulevard and Princeton Avenue. As Ellen said, it's in the MXT district, which is mixed transitional. The proposed development is a multifamily building, and it would fall under the general building requirements. This is the existing conditions. Again, Ellen had showed this. It's an office building. I think it used to be a bank. I think it used to be a gas station before that. The tanks have been removed. We have a letter in that regard. People had asked about that in the past. As Ellen had also said, it's almost 100% filled with pavement and or the building itself. This is a rendering, obviously a 2D rendering of the north elevation. Where you see the black, that's going to be brick. Where you see the other tones of gray, those would be different mixes of siding, and then the brown would also be a siding. We're actually trying to work off of the standard meadery, which is 2 doors down. Very similar materials they have there, where they have black brick and they have this similar brown siding. But it's also materials that you would normally see on a house, so that it blends with the residential areas also. This is the west elevation. This is the entrance off of Princeton. You can see the garage door. Let me just go back to the front. So when we were here last time, we had an entrance on Princeton. We have moved that to the front of the building, so that's on that right side. So there's the Princeton entrance, or where you can see where the garage is. There's a man door there also to be able to enter the building. This is the east elevation, and this is the south or the rear or alley elevation. We had a 3D rendering done just to kind of give you a better perspective, because again, it's on the 2D it looks very flat, but in actuality there's a lot of depth changes, a lot of different material changes to break up what we have going on there. This also helps you see how that 4th floor is set back considerably also. You can see it, up top in the lightest gray color. Again, something that just gives a lot of different depth than just having a straight up and down building. This is the side from Princeton, or the corner at least, to give you a view of that side. As Ellen had mentioned, there will be landscaping on both those sides that you just saw. And what we tried to do here with this is to approximate the landscaping on what it would look like. This will also show on the left side there, you'll see where the light pole and fire hydrant are. To the left of that is that extension of the curb, and we'll get into that more. This is the ground floor. We have made this about 1.5 feet less deep since the last time we were here. 2nd and 3rd floor plans, again, just showing that the units that are in there. So here's the site plan. I'll run through, again, some of these are changes, but these are also just important things to highlight. Staff had a great recommendation to create a bigger walkway in the back. I think Public Works or Engineering, they wanted a 3-foot walkway at the rear parking area. So you can see in the yellow, we actually created a 4-foot walkway. This will do a couple of things that allow tenants to walk from their cars to the entrance of the building, have a nice safe walkway to do that in, number one. And then number two, allows public works access a lot easier now that the parking is pushed back or pushed more towards the building. One thing of note is that there are 2 utility poles that back up to our property. They're actually another 1 to 2 feet into the alley. So keep that in mind. Any public works, any car that's driving by can't even get close to that 4-foot area. They're going to be another foot or 2 or even 3, because obviously they're not going to be rubbing up against these poles away from that 4-foot walk area because of the 2 utility poles that are there now. We have 10 outdoor parking spots. That's in the blue there. Tenant traffic would enter from Princeton and leave from Ardmore, since we have them on an angle. We just want to be clear, we're not proposing a one-way alley. You know, the alley's 2 ways right now. We're fine with keeping it 2 ways. We just think it's in the best interest to keep our traffic that we're going to be adding to the site going in one direction. We got a lot of feedback from neighbors on that who live on Princeton who prefer that. They wanted traffic to go away from Princeton also. They didn't want to create more traffic going towards Princeton than it needed to be. So this way, when cars are coming, obviously they would come from Ardmore. They'd only be on Princeton for 100, 150 feet, whatever that is. They can't come from, you know, a different direction to be able to do that. We also improved the ADA parking space. We made a better walkway. You can see that there in brown. We've added, so in the red, at the driveway access to the garage, we added a no left turn sign. Again, this was based on recommendations from the community and from staff. So cars exiting would have to go right, again, away from the residential south end of Princeton and towards Park and probably eventually towards Ardmore. We also met with Traffic and Safety Commission, and I think also some of the village staff had recommended that maybe we even get rid of the flare that goes towards the south. So that would also force traffic that wanted to turn into the building to have to come from the north and not the south. And we're open to that. I mean, if people think that's a great idea, we can do that too. Again, we're all about keeping the traffic on Park, which is already, you know, a busier street than Princeton, isn't as much residential, because that's obviously where the business district is. So we're open to certainly doing that. Kind of like we're calling it a half pork chop, let's call it. As I mentioned, we moved the tenant entrance and the main lobby entrance to the Park Boulevard side. So we're no longer on the Princeton side. Another important thing in the green in that upper left-hand corner, Ellen had mentioned how we extended that curb, and I'll talk more about that, but that helps with a lot of different things, creates more green space, and certainly makes things a lot more safe, creates another parking space, which leads to the last item. With the curb cut eliminated, because there is a curb cut leading to this property right now on Park, we were always creating 5 new parking spaces for the public. Well, with adding this island, we can now create a 6th parking space. That may become an ADA space, as Ellen had mentioned, but it's still a 6th parking space that we'd be adding for the public use. This is not for tenants. It's, you know, it could be used by tenants, but it's for public use. I know you mentioned I should start from scratch, but I wanted to kind of highlight some of the revisions we've made since we did last meet. So we increased that space between the alley and the parking spaces to 4 feet. When we were here last time, it was only about 1.5. This is going to allow for that safer walkway for tenants. It also allows for a 19-foot turning radius into the parking spaces, where a 15-foot space, or a radius, I should say, is usually required. And it allows for more space for public works access to get through. And as I said, it's even 5 or 6 feet because of those utility poles is going to be the buffer area. We moved that pedestrian entrance from Princeton Avenue to Park. This keeps more foot traffic on Park Boulevard, which is in line with the planning and zoning's vision of a pedestrian-friendly Park Boulevard. We revised the lighting plan so that we can meet the code. We eliminated 1 parking space in the alley so that we could move the east parking space 1 foot further from the utility pole. It also created a more friendly or user-friendly ADA parking space, and it also allowed for more landscape screening on the west side of the parking spaces. We added some pavers to the walkways before it was all concrete at the walkways. The pavers are located at the building walkways. It'll help increase the semi-pervious areas, and it'll also create a softer hardscape aesthetic. We narrowed the driveway. We were at 25, but because of the angle of the property, the code measures the width of the driveway at the property line. So we were actually at 25 at the property line, so we narrowed it down to get it down to 24 to make sure we meet the code. And then, as I mentioned a couple of times, we extended that curb on the east side of Princeton. So right now, they don't align with each other, and it's a little odd the way it is. So now that we've aligned with the east, it's going to allow for a safer pedestrian walkway. We can now move that stop sign farther north and the stop bar farther north. It makes it safer for cars to stop, because I would think with cars parking in those stalls, if a car were to park there and you were pulling up there, you're going to either blow the stop sign to get far enough to see past the cars, or you're going to have to make 2-3 stops to kind of creep out. So we think this would be a lot safer. And as I mentioned, it's going to add an additional street parking stall. So the variances, the first one was the parking ratio. The building has 10 one-bedroom units and 14 two-bedroom units, and we would be supplying 32 parking spaces. That's a ratio of 1.33 ratio of parking spaces to units. The code goes by bedrooms. It's a little out of the ordinary. It's a little bit different than most codes that we've seen, but it does go by bedrooms, and so we are required to have 38 parking spaces. We have 22 in the interior, we have 10 on the exterior, which means we would be seeking a variance for 6 parking spaces. We feel the area is very walkable, very bike-friendly location. There's the library, there are restaurants and bars, stores, all within walking distance. There are bus routes that are also nearby, so we think that shouldn't be an issue at all for our tenants. The intention of the site layout is to create as much parking as possible on the site, both within the building and outside the building, while maintaining usable space on the ground floor on Park Boulevard side to maintain the active streetscape the village desires. With the dimensions of the site, both width and depth, and the dimensions of required parking spaces and drive aisles, we think this layout maximizes the number of parking spaces. We had a traffic assessment performed by KLOA. They're a third-party company that analyzes traffic and parking, and they estimated that the parking demand for the proposed building would be between 25 and 32 units. Again, we're at 32 units. We're at the upper end of their recommendation. And also, as I mentioned, it's now common for municipalities and developers to supply 1 parking space per dwelling unit. According to Yardi Matrix, which is a well-known national commercial real estate research firm, the national average for newly built apartment buildings in 2016 for the ratio between parking spaces and dwelling units was 1.27 for mid-rise buildings and less than 1.00 for the Chicago metropolitan area. And then, in regards to the parking, keep in mind we are adding 6 street parking stalls on Park Boulevard. Potential tenants, and I just want to kind of explain, because people had mentioned, well, geez, so many people might have 2, 3, 4 cars, whatever the case may be. That isn't our demographic. Potential tenants with 3 cars wouldn't rent from us. Obviously, we don't have the spaces for them, and tenants with 2 cars wouldn't rent from us if we didn't have 2 spaces available at the time. So therefore, the number of tenants' cars regulate themselves. That's what we have found in the past. If we don't have the parking spaces available, the tenant isn't going to rent from us. Obviously, that's a question that anyone would ask. How many bedrooms, how many baths? They want to see the unit. What are the amenities? And how many parking spaces do I get? If they have 2 cars, they obviously need 2 parking spaces. If we don't have 2 at the time, because they're assigned, all the parking would be assigned, then obviously we lose that renter. We wouldn't get that renter. But we feel that isn't, our demographic that we would be getting, we will be at that, somewhere around that 1 1/3 ratio, because we do get a lot of empty nesters. We are in a walk to and bike to type of location. We get a lot of young professionals. We get people who work from home, so we don't see the high demand for cars like people think there is in this type of demographic. We're not getting the 2 or 3 child family with the 2 or 3 cars. That's just not who's living here. And just no one wants to, the appropriate more amount of parking spaces more than us. We do not have a viable project if we don't have enough parking. As I said, based on our research and experience, this proposal allows for enough parking. This is just, this was an article in the National Apartment Association, and some of the data that I had referenced, this was actually a chart in there. This article was published in March 18, 2021, again, showing that on a mid-rise building, and the trend is going down. This data is from 2016. The trend has actually been going down. We don't obviously have data. They do this every 10 years. We don't have data from the last 6 years, but it's probably even lower now. But 1.27 is what the ratio you normally see. And again, we are above that. And then when you look at Chicago, because of course, different areas have different types of parking and car needs. When you look at the Chicago metro area, and the Chicago metro area isn't just Chicago. The Chicago metro area obviously includes the suburbs and even some rural areas. the ratios are actually well below 1. The garage entrance on Princeton, per the staff recommendation, like I said, we added that no left turn sign as cars exit the garage and go onto Princeton Avenue. That'll force them to go north. We had further discussions with the Traffic and Safety Commission, and they suggested making that ingress and egress from the garage only from and toward the north, as I had mentioned, maybe doing that half pork chop. And again, we're open to that. This isn't reflected on that current site plan because this is something new, but it's certainly something we can do. If the garage entrance were to be on the rear of the building, as Ellen had mentioned, we actually think we lose about 7 parking spaces because we also would lose some interior to the building too, to try to make that work. And again, it just seems like the alley traffic isn't what people want. They'd rather the traffic not be in the alley. And the village staff does support this request. The visibility triangle, again, Ellen touched on this. And maybe if I show you this, it'll give some of the people in the audience a better idea of what that is. So if you look at, the building's obviously in gold, and you'll see a blue shaded area in the upper left-hand corner. That is the visibility triangle. And number one, as Ellen had mentioned, it contradicts the intent of the MX district, which is to put buildings up close on the curb. In fact, there are some areas where there would be zero setback. They basically be up on the property line. And so this obviously contradicts that. But more importantly, you can see, especially with the adding extension of the curb, you can see the car in, let's call it pinkish red, where that car would be in relation to our building. It's well ahead of our building. And as I mentioned, even still with the moving of the stop sign and the stop bar and the walkway, if there's cars parked there, they still may need to even creep even farther to go ahead and see what's going on Princeton. But again, our building would be the least of concern because they're way past that. The other thing we have going on is we have that non-right angle at which part intersects, and the wide parkway on Princeton. This helps maintain the car's view of the sidewalk and oncoming pedestrians anyway. The view of the traffic on Park will not be affected by the building placement, as I showed you. And as Ellen had mentioned, the village staff and I think the Planning and Zoning Commission is currently in discussions about doing a text amendment and may even choose to eliminate this requirement for the MX zone properties. So again, the village staff does support this request. So the variation request for the impervious coverage. So the site as it stands is almost 90% impervious. As I showed you and Ellen had showed you, it's a small building and then almost all paved. The proposed development would actually be a little bit less than that. Plus we would, as I mentioned, be adding some pavers, so about another 2.5% of semi-pervious coverage. The building itself accounts for about 65% of the impervious. So keep in mind that the building itself would be tied to the storm system. So stormwater falling on the roof on that 65%, instead of now where it just goes onto the asphalt and then runs whichever way it runs onto other properties, depending on which way the topography is, instead of it doing that, 65% of that is now going to be going directly to the stormwater system. So this would be a great improvement from what is there currently. Ellen had mentioned, we might be open to adding some semi-permeable pavers in some other areas to help increase these numbers. And let's see what else. The minimum streetscape required. So this one, again, as Ellen kind of mentioned, this one's a little confusing and a little conflicting too at the same time. Obviously, whenever they write these codes, they can't envision every single lot in every single situation. We have that unique situation here where the parkway's been kind of eaten away at some point to create those parking spaces. So it makes it kind of an odd situation where it would push our building farther back and not in line with the rest of the buildings that are currently, just one door down. The standard meter, I think, is directly on the property line. And certainly any future development would require to be 0, I think it's 0 to 5 from that setback. So they all would be much farther forward than us if we had to abide by this. So again, it's a unique parcel because of that. The site plan, as we have designed, it provides 7 feet of landscaping in the front yard, so we still do have plenty of landscape in the front there. The standard meter building, as I mentioned, to me, it looks like it has a 0 setback right now, and any new development that would happen there or anywhere east of us would also be much farther up close. Because they're MX2, and the MX2 would require any new developments to have a 0 to 5 foot build-to zone. The intent of this new MX zoning district is to create a pedestrian-friendly streetscape with the buildings close to the street. So again, forcing us to go back and push us back farther wouldn't be the intent of the code. And as the one thing I'll bring up, and Ellen threw that up there really quickly, that drawing, we can always go back to it. The diagram on that page 16 doesn't take into account the 3 main walls or the thicknesses of the walls. So you have to, I think she said we just needed to make the building 5 feet smaller. I think the number is actually 8 feet, because you have to take wall thicknesses into consideration. We've got, obviously 2 thick exterior walls, and then we have a thick demising wall between the parking lot and the 2 units in the front. Nonetheless, the village staff does support this request. The perimeter landscaping variance, I put a question mark next to it because we just found out about this recently, so we weren't too sure about it. We were under the impression that the foundation landscaping was not required at the rear of the building because the code stated that it isn't required where there's no public access. We also think we've noticed other projects that aren't in the MX1, 2, or 3, because those are the only 3 that are exempt from this, did not have 5 feet of foundation landscaping on all sides. If you were to interpret it the way Ellen is interpreting it, basically every building that's not in MX1, 2, or 3 has to have 5 feet of landscaping around the whole perimeter of it. And this is residential, this is commercial, this is everything. And it seems like, at least we did some digging around, we didn't see that. But nonetheless, Ellen did say that the village staff supports this request, just based on the uniqueness of the lot. I was going to go over some of the hot topics, let's say. Certainly the alley parking is one of them. We met with the Traffic and Safety Commission on February 1st, and that commission did support our proposal at that time. We met with them again just a couple of days ago. They didn't make a decision either way. They wanted some more information, but they definitely did support it on February 1st. There were some people mentioning that that language wasn't correct, but it's definitely in the minutes, and it definitely says that. There are only 10 stalls in the alley, so keep in mind, this site has 32 parking spaces, but only 10 of them are in the alley. Obviously, the 22 spaces that are interior of the building, those people would not be using the alley. There'd be no reason for them to. So we're only adding 10 spaces, or cars, if you will, to the alley. Those 10 spaces would be assigned to tenants. So this isn't guest parking, this isn't random parking. Each spot would be assigned, each person would know what their space is. And so basically, we feel we have a right to use the access of the alley. We are a property owner on the alley. We're just looking for our fair use of the alley. We don't think 10 spaces is an excessive use of the alley. And I tried to do a little bit of analysis using the KLOA just to kind of make some examples here. So if we rent all 10 stalls, which isn't even a guarantee we would rent all 10, they don't always rent out. The KLOA analysis, they did a study on the amount of traffic trips and for the whole site as a whole. And about less than a third of those spaces are in the alley. So, and they mentioned this in their narrative. So you can take their numbers and you can divide them by 3 to give you an idea of the amount of vehicle trips that would be occurring in the alley. They have on the low side 3 in the morning, peak weekday traffic, and to the high side 10. Obviously, there's 10 cars, that would be the high side. And that's for the morning peak day. 4 to 10 for the evening weekday peak hours. Now, keep in mind, and this is important to understand, with the angled parking, what we're doing is cars that leave the site have to go east on Ardmore. So number one, that helps keep traffic away from Princeton. And that also means they only traverse the alley that one time, because when they come back later in the day, let's say, they went to work, they drove their car, they left through Ardmore. When they come back later in the day, they obviously have to come in from the Princeton side, and they're only in the alley the width of our building, wherever their spot is. They could be the first spot, they could be the last spot. So technically, they're only making one full trip through that alley every day. if the parking spaces are perpendicular, they'd have the option to go either way and be creating more traffic going in either direction. They could be creating more trips, or we feel more distance spent in the alley. And again, more importantly, going towards Princeton, where it seems, again, the community feedback that we got, they did not want. So again, that's why I mentioned here that the neighbors prefer the angled parking over the perpendicular because it forces traffic away from Princeton Avenue. But again, I want to be clear, we're not proposing to make an alley a one-way as mentioned in the staff memo. That is not what we're looking to do. You can keep it a two-way. KLOA said you could keep it a two-way. They had mentioned, I had asked them to comment on the one-way because that was something I think the commission had wanted them to add, or somebody from village staff wanted them to add. And they said, keep it a two-way and build the building, have it rented out, and if there's a problem or it thinks, someone thinks it should go one way, well, then you make it a one way. But don't make it a two way right out of the gate. Keep it the way it is. They don't, and as I talked to them personally, he said, I don't see why it would ever have to be. It's obviously an alley, you're driving a lot slower. It doesn't have a lot of traffic. They just didn't really think it needed to go to a two way, or I'm sorry, to a one way, but they said if someone really wanted to do that he would recommend that they wait and do studies and see if there's any issues with keeping it a two-way. Community members, some of the feedback we got at the meet and greet where community members had mentioned that the liquor delivery truck occasionally blocks the alley on the east end at the liquor store. They also mentioned that cars cut through the funeral homes parking lots that are on the north and south end of the alley. And, again, both of these are illegal activities. And, whether we do our project or not, they should be addressed. I mean, someone shouldn't be blocking the alley. That's illegal. The liquor store has plenty of parking in the front. They even have parking on the side where that truck could actually sit. But they shouldn't prohibit the legal uses of the alley by us or anyone, for that matter. Another hot topic that was brought up was the height. 5 stories are allowed in the MXT district. So when we first looked at this, we explored 5 stories. We actually designed out something where we could do 5 stories and 32 one-bedroom units with the parking garage occupying the whole ground floor. We can make this design work with little to no variance requests, but we thought 4 stories and less units with 2 bedrooms units mixed in would be better for the area. Again, we feel the ratio of parking which is why we don't agree with the way the code has the ratio from parking to bedrooms. Because here's a great example. You could have 32 one-bedrooms when we could meet the code with parking, with 32 parking spots. But we don't think that's right. That wouldn't be rentable. We don't think it's viable, which is why, again, we went down to 4 stories and did a 2 and 1 bedroom mix. And therefore, I think the parking isn't going to be a big deal with that. Again, 4-story building isn't unheard of. Someone had mentioned a 4-story building on the Prairie Path is unheard of, but the Ovaltine building is much closer to the Prairie Path, and they're 4 stories. The Union's close to the Prairie Path. That's going to be 6 stories. Garden Station's obviously not close to the Prairie Path, but that's going to be 7 stories. So, taller buildings, density is certainly the trend, and certainly what I think the code is looking for. And then the MX2 district, which is directly to east of us, allows for 4-story buildings, so we would be coinciding with them. Believe it or not, we did get a lot of positive community feedback. Obviously, we held that community outreach on Thursday, and we got many positive comments and support from people. There were the concerns about the height, as I mentioned. Some people didn't like the modern aesthetic, and of course, the traffic and parking were topics that were brought up. But again, most preferred the angled parking to direct the traffic away from Princeton. Most preferred resident, most if not all, except maybe one person, preferred residential on the first floor over commercial due to less traffic and parking needs that commercial would have. And actually at that community outreach, I'm not on Facebook, but someone had mentioned to me, someone who was in support of the project said, hey, go on Facebook and check out what's happening at Villa Park. And I went on there just to kind of find some of the positive feedbacks. I'll take your time here to read them a little bit because I think they're important. Thank you. Renders look nice. Parking seems to be addressed well, especially with some garage parking. Greg M. There are plenty of 4-story buildings along the Prairie Path, Ovaltine, in Lombard, Elmhurst, et cetera, et cetera. Jeff G. Exactly. I would rather see a new 3-4-story building in the vacant lot than a rundown building that looks like an eyesore. Carrie C. This is positive. Mary L. There's a housing shortage and less homes available than there has been for a while. Jason R. If this goes through, it would replace the corner lot with the sad and empty building. That sounds like a plus to me. Monica R. That's the former Villa Park Savings and Trust Bank building. I believe it's been a lawyer's office. D45 has already handled more students than an apartment building would bring. Business guys are smart. If the commercial potential was there, then they'd already be all over this property. Developers are smart too, whether the neighborhood agrees with their vision or not. There's no shortage of empty commercial and retail spaces now. Ralph G. Sounds like a good plan. David M. Places for people to live is greater than eyesores. Nicholas G. I think a 4-story building there is fine. There's plenty of green space and a pretty wide road between it and the path. Density is good for business, therefore good for revenue, therefore good for the budget. I would like to see larger mixed-use space. Since the walking, biking path is so close and amenities like the train station, library, and groceries are bikeable, busable distances, we'd only need small changes to our infrastructure to mitigate any traffic issues. Mary Ann G. I see no problems. Village could use more development and tax money. Lehman D. Hopefully it's only the beginning. VP could use a lot more development. Lalo L. The whole area needs a major facelift. With all the foot traffic the area sees, the look is a little poor, outdated, and not all uniform. Matt D. Just some quick miscellaneous things, again, things that were brought up either by staff or by commissions or by the community members, is the need for affordable housing. Ardmore Flats should cost significantly less in rent per square foot than the Union and Garden Station. You know, we had a lot of people bring up, geez, we don't want another high-end, expensive apartment building that I can't rent from. This isn't going to be that. This doesn't, and we, again, we mentioned that before when I was here, this doesn't have all the amenities that those more expensive apartment buildings have. Obviously, we don't have the room for those, but that's kind of been our niche, where we don't offer those amenities to people who don't need the gym, the pool, and all those things to pay for in the rent that they don't use. So these should be significantly less expensive than new projects going up. There's currently a housing shortage, especially in the suburbs, which is why housing costs are rising, and this will add to the inventory and obviously help that out. As I mentioned, we typically get local empty nesters. We get young professionals from the city. They typically do not have school-aged children and are looking for less expensive options. Apartments like ours are typically more affordable than homes and condominiums. It was also brought up a little bit about, you know, apartments versus condos. These are condo quality. They're high level of finishes. They have in-unit washers and dryers. They're dedicated furnaces and air conditioners. Utilities are separately metered, so your gas, your electric, even your water and internet cable is all separately metered. The rental units are currently in more demand than owned condominiums. That's why we're doing apartments. That's why the Union's apartments. That's why Garden Station's apartments. That's why there's, you see apartment buildings going up right now and not condominium buildings. This building could be converted to condos at a later date, though. Like I said, it's going to be condo quality, and it is going to be set up where everything's separate where it can be. You know, there are times, you know, back in the, I think it was the 80s and 90s, they were converting apartment buildings to condos. Well, what are they doing now? They're converting condos into apartment buildings. We go through these cycles. This is what happens. This building has a great possibility of be turning it into condos 10 years from now, 15 years ago, whenever the condo trend comes back. It's just what happens in the housing market. We talked about the street parking a little bit. We're adding those 6 parking spaces. Again, these are public parking stalls added to the village parking restrictions. These are not meant as additional tenant parking. This isn't something that's assigned to us or can only be used by us. They still there's not overnight parking. And someone had mentioned at, I think, the Traffic and Safety Commission meeting that there's just a lot of cars on Park, and there's a lot of cars on Princeton that park there. So I went after the Traffic and Safety Commission meeting. Someone mentioned I went there. It was about 10 o'clock at night. We ran a little late. Again, that was late, but there were no cars parked on Park. There were no cars on Princeton. I went back the next night, so that would have been last night. I took pictures. This is what it looked like at 6:07 p.m. last night. There were no cars on there. I also took pictures of Princeton, not a car in sight. I went there on the way before here. I saw the same thing on Park. I did see 3 cars parked on the whole block of Princeton. So again, that's a pretty, you know, it's only a three-night sample, but I just found out about this 3 nights ago, so I figured I'd do my own little test just to see, are these parking spaces really being taken up? Is this really a constraint? I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it on my small sample. And again, we're adding 6 more parking spaces to that area, which would be great for the standard metery or anyone else. It was also brought up about first floor commercial. I think the commission even talked about that a little bit versus residential. And again, the feedback we got from the neighbors was they didn't want commercial. They didn't want that right next to the residential that we have because of the extra traffic and parking that may require. the place for commercial is right next to us. I mean, at the MX2, you know, we're kind of like at the ends, right? We're at the boundary. Ellen showed that zoning map where you've got the MX2 kind of on the perimeter or the boundaries, and then the MXT, and then the MX2's internal to that. So that's because we're supposed to create that buffer or that more of that transition to the residential. Inside of that, that's where you get your commercial spaces on the first floor, and that's what we think the intent is. We think the MXT was meant to be a transition for the residential areas to create a buffer. The MXT zoning doesn't even allow for a storefront type of building, so that kind of tells you in the code itself that they didn't want stores in the MXT. Also at the Traffic and Safety Commission meeting, someone had brought up the validity of KLOA, and I definitely have to defend them. You know, they've done studies for us before, but this isn't a fly-by-night operation. They've been around for almost 30 years doing traffic engineering and parking planning in the Chicago area. The founding member and principal, Michael Worthman, he was the consultant who worked and generated on our report. The attorney for Crest Funeral Homes even said himself that KLOA does excellent work. I believe I was told the Village of Villa Park uses KLOA as a traffic consultant. So they are familiar with Villa Park. They did this analysis based on Villa Park data and this site specifically. This wasn't like national data or a firm from out of state that doesn't know what's going on. This was brought up a couple of times. I want to talk about the past projects that were approved in 05 and 07. The project didn't happen, as probably everyone could guess, because 08 happened and the market crashed and it never came through, right? But I think we can learn some things from what was said and what was approved on those projects, because our project is very, very similar to this project, certainly as far as layout is concerned. There were two projects, so you know, it may be a little confusing why I'm referencing two numbers, and the projects varied a little bit. So when I say that there were 12 and 13 parking stalls, from what I can tell, one of the proposals had 12 that was approved, one had 13. But they had 12 and 13 parking stalls in the alley. Again, we're only looking for 10. They had interior parking, and their driveway access was on Princeton, just like ours was. They had 18 to 16 dwelling units, but they had commercial space on the first floor. Again, commercial space requires much more parking and traffic typically. They had a 4-story building. Now, someone had referenced a 3-story building. This is what I found based on a FOIA request. Maybe there was a 3-story too, I don't know, but this is what I found. I mean, to me, it looks like it was a 4-story building that was approved. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe this doesn't belong in the file, but this is what I was given. And this is the site plan. Again, hard to read all that, but this is very, very similar to what we're proposing. The parking in the alley, again, they have 13, we have 10, 22 spaces interior, we have 22 spaces interior. The access is from Princeton. Obviously, they don't have the right turn or the no left turn sign out of Princeton. They don't have the pork chops. The traffic could have gone either way. Same thing with the alley. The traffic could have gone either way. So again, this is very, very similar to what we're proposing. And what the board approved for them, for their variance request in regards to parking, was actually 15. They were 15 parking stalls short of what was required, and that was approved. Obviously, we understand this is a different commission and board. This is a different time. This is a different project. But just, again, trying to give some perspective. We're only looking for 6 parking stalls. Both developments were supported by the Planning and Zoning Commissions at the time and approved by the Board of Trustees. According to the Ordinance 3427, the Planning and Zoning Commission and Board of Trustees agreed that the locations of the parking and the driveway access were appropriate. Quote, parking areas of adequate size for uses planned. They are properly located and suitably screened from adjoining residential uses, and the entrance and exit drives have been laid out so as to prevent traffic hazards and nuances. The off-street parking spaces, the minimum number of which has been varied herein, have been conveniently located. KLOA also did the traffic study back then in 07, and they concluded at that time the site access system as recommended is well designed and adequate to accommodate projected traffic circulation. Site circulation is good, and access point for the garage on Princeton Avenue will have little impact if designed as recommended. So again, we don't think a lot has changed from what was proposed back then. In conclusion, we think development would be a great catalyst for the area. Obviously, not a lot has happened there in a long time. And we think the introduction of these MX districts will certainly help. That certainly is why we bought the property. And we're hoping that we're going to be a catalyst for the area. Design will fit in nicely with the surrounding buildings, like the standard meter that I mentioned, and the uses of the material that we're using are very similar to what you see on neighboring homes. We hope our developments follow and create a vibrant commercial district like the Ardmore Business District once was. I mean, we all have to remember, this was a vibrant business district at one time. This was, had some hustle and bustle to it, which is, I think, the goal of what everyone wants. The residential development has one of the least impacts on the area compared to commercial spaces allowed. So again, what we're proposing here is, fulfilling the ordinances, generally speaking, and we had a choice of some of the things we can do, and residential is going to have the least impact in the area that we're at. And again, as I think one of the people mentioned on Facebook, we don't think adding more commercial, more retail, more office space where we see a trend away from that and we see vacancies is the right plan. And that's it. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. I'm sure we'll be back to you with questions. All right, so at this point, we will move to public participation and questions. What I would ask is that everyone try to keep their comments to about 3 minutes. I'm going to try not to be hard with the clock, but if you run long, I will ask you to wrap up. And whoever wants to start first, come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Sign in too, please. I won't start your time until you're good and signed in, and we'll go from there.
Steve Sabru, 447 South Princeton. So I just have 3 things that I don't think have been covered. Number 1 is signage, if it's going to be illuminated, where it's going to be located. Number 2, how is trash removal going to be handled? And then number 3, I am very concerned about the egress of the building, the underground parking or the ground level parking in the building exiting onto Princeton exclusively. I think it would be interesting to explore the idea of an entrance off of Princeton and an exit onto Park, and possibly taking that ADA spot and putting it on Princeton. Just a little ADA spot on Princeton that would just be surrounded by greenery, somehow pulled back. The curb cut would be smaller than, it would just be a single drive in to the ground floor parking, and then a single driveway out onto Park. Then you don't have all those headlights hitting the 2 residences that are on Princeton. 22 cars a day after 5 o'clock could become kind of annoying. So I don't see any hedges being proposed on Princeton. So that's really, I think we have an opportunity to improve the area with this development. I don't see, the trash thing I think is a big concern. I don't want overflow from, I think the garbage right now is being proposed inside the parking on the ground floor, and what happens with overflow, we have dumpsters placed all over this village in inappropriate places. I see them all over the place, and I don't want them on this building. So
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, I'll make sure all those issues are addressed. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners and fellow Villa Park residents. My name is Donna Noxon. I initially wasn't going to speak, but after attending Tuesday's traffic and safety meeting, I decided to speak. I live on Rand Road, which is a mile plus from the proposed Park Avenue development. Like I said, I attended the traffic and safety meeting. Residents had some very solid, valid points and facts on how the development will affect their residents and all of the residents of Villa Park. The variances being requested tonight are for parking, the garage entrance, the visibility, impervious versus pervious, and the streetscapes. 2 of them, the visibility triangle and the streetscape. Ellen is currently thinking it's a potential hardship. All of these variances will have an effect on the traffic and safety of all the residents of Villa Park, and not just those around Park and Princeton. After attending many village meetings, I have come to understand variances. Variances are requested by residents, businesses, builders, and other vendors, usually due to a hardship they are facing. The builder is not facing any hardships created by our codes. The builder is asking for variances for their gain. My expectation tonight is for none of these variances to be granted. It will put all the residents in peril with all the traffic and safety issues. Simply put, you cannot put 10 pounds of groceries in a 5-pound bag without having a negative outcome. We as a village are not in a position to grant variances to accommodate the builders in this village. Our safety and traffic is priority one. I want that to be taken into consideration.
Thank you for your time.
And then spelling is Noxon.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Sue Muserino. I live at 427 South Yale Avenue, and I wanted to do a PowerPoint presentation too, and I was unable to, so I have requested that you all get a packet that I put together. Have you gotten
Yes,
that?
we do have that, and
Okay, great.
that will be part of the official record.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so first and foremost, I've lived here my whole life, and I am very pro-development. I think it's good for the community. I think it's good for the residences. Now, having said that, I'm also aware that we have to have the right development for the right location. And this is the wrong development for this particular location. I'm going to go through some details as to why, and I'm going to focus on one of the code variances that are being requested, okay? So when you look at Ross's proposal, and when he came up here, it looks really good on paper. It's pretty. He's got some Facebook positive feedbacks. The variances that he's requesting are minimized, but the one I want to address is the parking, and that's a big one. And the reason it's a big one is because when he did his answer to the variances, he cited, according to Yardi Matrix, a well-known national commercial real estate, et cetera, that based upon their averages, he has plenty of parking. Now, that's not a reason to deviate from the code. There is no hardship with this code. That's one thing I want to say. Number two is, according to Data USA, DuPage County says there's an average of 2 cars per residence. So that's a different number from him, and that's DuPage County, not Metro Chicago, okay? Now, what I did was my own test this morning, and so I got up and I started driving at 6:30 this morning, and I stopped at 5 apartment complexes in Villa Park. So I wanted to have a real world view of the parking in Villa Park. Stopped at Ovaltine, and if you look at the packet here with pictures of Ovaltine, and I tried to label all of them, it's very nice. They've got plenty of parking. They've got a complete separate visitor parking area. They've got a buffer zone. Ovaltine has a buffer zone. They've got a retention pond, so they've got extra space. But then I went over to the corner of Ardmore and St. Charles, those little garden apartments. And if you look at the photo there, and I labeled that parking is very congested. In fact, I took a picture of the parking lot adjacent to it, which is the church. And there were 2 cars in that parking lot at the time. This was around 6:45 in the morning. And there was a gentleman in one of the cars. His name was Joseph. And he said that his landlord told him he had to park there, that every night there's 2 to 3 cars that are parked there. And that's because they don't have enough space. I went to North Ardmore, north of the tracks that parallels, and you'll see on that street also on Terrace that and you'll see the sign that they allow overnight parking. Those cars were there around 6:45 or so in the morning, between that and 7. So those are because there's congestion at the apartments, and I took pictures of the apartment too. Then I went on to North Avenue at North and Kramer, and I spoke to 2 residents there, And the one gentleman said he has 2 vehicles, and so he has to park on that frontage road. And it's very difficult. That's supposed to only have parking on one side of the street, but if you look at the photos, there's parking on 2 sides. Not only that, they're parking in the Sherwin-Williams parking lot because there's not enough parking for the apartments. This is they're very congested because there's no buffer zones. And this development is exactly the same. There is no buffer zone. And so I went over to the apartment building that's actually on the same block. And guess what? I actually went and saw there were 7 cars. They're parked in the Sterling parking lot. And I talked to a woman who was getting out of one of those cars. And she said she lived in the apartment. And she said that the landlord had an agreement with Sterling verbally for now. I know that's going to change. But 7 of those cars are parked there every night because they don't have enough parking. Then what I also did was I took pictures of the alley, you'll see with my car in it. Because of the poles and because of the building, it is very difficult to make that a 2-way alley.
So, real quick, I offered to give you a couple extra minutes because I know
Yes.
you're speaking on behalf of a couple of
Yes, I
a couple
am.
people.
Yes.
I'd give you about 30 seconds to wrap up if you could, please.
Sure, okay,
Thanks.
then I have a question that I want to propose to the committee, and I want to propose to Mr. Ross. And that is, regardless if Mr. Ross considers this project to be profitable or not, could there be a different building project erected on this site that doesn't have to have those variances? A project on this specific site that meets current building codes. And if that can be done, I am requesting that project be done instead of this, instead of us trying to squeeze something in a space that it is not designed for.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Alan. Could we get the code provision regarding variations up on the screen, please? Yes, please. Chairman, my name is Jim Olguin. I'm the attorney for Knoll Cross Funeral Home. Last name is spelled Olguin, from the Bucama Law Group in Hinsdale. I asked her to put the variation provision up from the Village Code, and I wanted to point out 2 key provisions, and these are the regulations that you guys are supposed to uphold. The first is that the intent of a variation is not simply to remove an inconvenience or a financial burden that might result from compliance with the applicable zoning requirements. The second key provision is that variations, which reference here, they are intended to provide site-specific relief when the requirements of this zoning ordinance render land difficult or impossible to use because of some unique or special characteristic of the property itself. The property in question, when we're looking at in particular on the parking situation, there's nothing unique about this parcel. It is almost a rectangular, there is some angle, but there's nothing that precludes this developer from providing the amount of parking required by the code. That could be, they could simply achieve that by eliminating the 4th floor. They would eliminate 6 units, they drop down the number of parking requirement, and they meet code. Their only provision that they've included in the responses to the standards in their application, why they can't do that, is a financial one. And once again, if we reference what the code limits your ability to do as far as granting that variation, a financial basis is not an appropriate basis for granting that variation. Now, what is also important to note, and the response when they talk about financial hardship, the way that the law is, the financial hardship is not related to our ability to do this particular project, that somehow this particular project is the only thing that can go on the property and is the only thing that makes the property viable. That's not the way it is. The way that the law is if it's a situation, it's a condition of the property that would really make it any project not be able to be developed on that site without that variation. So for example, if we had a triangle parcel and we had 20-foot setbacks on all sides, and all you had was a little postage stamp in the middle, that is a specific, unique condition of the property itself that would preclude the value of the property. Not, we want 24 units, and that's the only way that we're going to do a residential project. Could an office building go there? Could something else fit and provide the parking? Yes, it could. So what their admitted reason why they can't do it is a financial one, and that is not a permitted reason for granting a variation. Next, since we only have 3 minutes, I also want to point out some problems with the application. One, their application only requests a variation to 33, only a 5 parking space reduction, and it does not request a variation for the perimeter landscaping. So those are items that are deficient in the parking. I'm sorry, in the application itself, and the rest of the public did not have any idea that that additional variation was being requested. Going through some of the other items that are considered for the variation, which includes whether the number of spaces that are going to be deficient impacts the overall area and the adjacent properties, it's going to impact my client. My client owns the parking lot immediately next to this proposed development. And having our business there and also having our parking lot there, we know that in the area, there is a deficiency of parking for the commercial and for the residential. As was noted by the previous speaker, we know that we have residential apartment dwellers that use our parking lot for their parking. We know that we have commercial patrons that use our parking lot. And if this apartment building goes in, we're going to have to protect our parking lot. We're going to have to block it off. That means all those people that are currently using that are going to have to get displaced. And they're going to be on the street. They're going to have to figure out, so those additional on-site or off-site street parking, they're going to be competing with all these other folks. And I did mention at the Traffic and Safety Commission that the KLOA is an excellent company. They are. But the second part of that comment, it was that the quality of their work is only as good as what they are asked to look at. They were not asked to do traffic counts. They were not asked to look at the safety of using that alley, which I'm sure you've driven down the alley toward Ardmore, and it's a blind to get onto Ardmore. It's a very difficult view. That was not something that they were asked to take a look at. So they were only asked to basically look at what what they know as kind of their traffic Bible, which says these are how many traffic trips are expected. But that's really all that that they were asked to do. They did not look at the specific conditions of the property.
Right, so if you could wrap it up, that would
Sure.
be great. Thanks.
Sure. So, and then one other request, and once again, just as far as traffic and safety, they were not satisfied with the traffic or with the safety, so they continued the meeting. But one request that we made, which is also a safety concern for us, is that you have a residential use that's now abutting a non-residential use, which is our parking lot. So we would want a fence that be installed along the property, which is good planning whenever you have residential abutting against something that's not residential, to have a fence. Because what that would do from a safety standpoint, it would prevent people from cutting across our parking lot. It would force them to either use the alley or use the sidewalk. Otherwise, we're going to have people from the apartments going through, or or make it even more attractive for folks to try to park on our lot. Okay. So with that, we believe that the application is substandard because it did not include what the request that is here before you this evening, and that there isn't sufficient information to justify the variations. It goes against the code. There just simply isn't a legal basis for that to be approved by this commission.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? I think she's waiting in line. That's okay. It's not every day we have people running to the dais. So I would just like to take a moment to say that I do appreciate everybody turning out. Frequently we sit up here with no one in the room but poor Ellen, and and maybe the village president, who is our liaison. So I do appreciate you all being out here this evening. It really does mean a lot for the village, no matter how you feel about the project. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kelly Kilboy. I live at 314 South Yale Avenue. And I was involved with one of the prior developments, and I have to say to Mr. Ross, this is an improvement that we had sought after previously back in 2007. So I like what you're proposing, although I think some of the other speakers have brought up some valid points. One is the garbage. I think that's an important one to address. And also the parking. There is obviously some deficiencies, and it seems to me the village is struggling a little bit with the new code versus the old and trying to adapt. And so I think it's really important that the board make maybe even table this to take other things under advisement so we get this decision right for the community. I think this would be a nice addition to the area and would help get us on the right path to more development and positive momentum in the village, which I've seen some really starting to happen in the last 10 years, and I've lived here 20 years. So I appreciate that. The only other thing I would ask you all to look at carefully is some of the stormwater drainage implications of a building this size on that lot, and also water, sewer. Are our pipes, sized correctly to handle the capacity coming from this building, whether it's sanitary or water supply in and out? And I do think stormwater is important because there is a lot of flooding issues in this town. And so I'd ask the board to take those items under consideration as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ted Ott. OTT is the last name. I live at 39 West Park Boulevard. That's 2 residences away from where this building is going to be built. Since I moved in 2003, we've had major flooding issues. It used to flood 4 backyards before I helped put in a storm drain in the backyard of my neighbor. We still have flooding issues. My backyard floods if we get half a day of rain. I really think the stormwater issue is a big issue, especially for a building this size and in that particular area. Princeton floods every time. Park floods every time. And I'm not kidding. I say every time. When we get a day and a half of rain, we get a foot of water in the street. I know last time was the traffic and safety. This time I want to hit on the aesthetics of this building. If you come to our neighborhood and you look around our neighborhood, this building, I mean, the meadery, that's a business. It's supposed to look different. It's supposed to look cool and modern and draw people into it. This building looks too modern, too urban to fit in this neighborhood. If you drive up and down Park and up and down Princeton and Yale, it just does not fit the scenery. And if you're walking up the Prairie Path and you're enjoying all these beautiful homes, you're walking your dog like I do every day, and you come across this building at the end, you're not going to be happy with what you see. The garbage is another issue. Like, I grew up in affordable housing. I know what happens when you put a garbage dumpster under a building inside a parking garage. It gets ugly. Stuff gets dirty. Doesn't get cleaned up. The garbage men aren't going to clean it up. The managers of the building, they're not going to come out. They're not going to clean it up. It's going to be left to us residents who love our neighborhood to make sure that it stays clean. And we do that already. To put 24 units in there, come on, guys. You got to think about us. We think about you. We want development. We love this town. If we didn't love this town, we wouldn't be here. Okay? I love my house. I love where I live on the Prairie Path. Please take into consideration the aesthetics of the neighborhood before you put in this modern-looking urban building. Okay? That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you for your time.
David Green, 516 South Princeton. My comments are about the number of parking spaces, the alley parking situation, and their effects on neighbors of the proposed apartment project. The assertion that 32 parking spaces is enough for 24 apartment households is way out of line with national averages. The days of the family car are gone. Almost every driving adult and teenager nowadays has a personal vehicle. According to the Bureau of Transportation Statistics, the mean number of vehicles in households is 1.9 personal vehicles. 1.9 times 24 apartments equals 45 spaces. Households in the United States on average have 1.8 drivers. Thus, it appears that households on average have at least one vehicle for each driving adult or teenager. The safest minimum parking space requirement would result from estimating the total number of drivers at one car each. Also, extra parking is needed for overnight visitors. A shortage of spaces could result in encroachment on the parking lots of Sterling Funeral Home. While inner city or main street apartment locations with nearby amenities may have less than the average number of household vehicles, that is not the situation here. Our local Ardmore Business District provides no restaurants or shopping for basic necessities. It is mainly salons, barbers, legal and financial services, and specialty shops and offices. I live a block away and have not used anything there since the dry cleaner left. People in this area can't survive by walking. They need personal cars. Those who want handy nearby amenities will prefer the proposed Villa Avenue apartment complex with restaurants and stores right on the first floor. Those who commute to the city will prefer the apartment complex already in progress next to the Ardmore train station. Another issue is the physical parking situation with 10 diagonal spaces in back of the building. The narrow 12-foot alley is currently used for parking access by residents of the apartments on Highland Avenue, with slightly diagonal spaces in the opposite direction, which would conflict. The diagonal spaces suggest a one-way traffic flow in the alley, which the current Highland Avenue residents would be forced to obey. The alley exit on Ardmore will be unpopular, with totally blind intersection with the pedestrian sidewalk, and no visibility around parked cars. Please try driving it and see for yourself. Drivers could also try to circumvent that exit by cutting through the Sterling parking lots. Now, if two-way alley traffic was allowed, some of the diagonally parked vehicles could try to turn around by backing into the Highland Avenue apartment spaces, and the 12-foot alley would not be wide enough to safely pass another car. In conclusion, the number of parking spaces and the alley parking and traffic flow situation are unacceptable for the proposed building and its tenants and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Daryl Bradziel. I'm at 144 South Michigan. You know, when I first saw this this plan, first of all, I want to commend you guys, all of you on the board here, for at least getting something down on paper and doing something with this property. It needed something for many, many years. I've been here, it'll be 34 years in Villa Park. I love this community. My first thoughts of looking at this building is I like the design. The aesthetics of it, I'm not sure, as some of the residents commented, whether it fits in for the neighborhood along their Prairie Path. That said, I don't know, as big picture, Villa Park and this village hasn't been really good on planning the big picture in the past. But moving forward, if the design is mimicking or kind of tying into Mead, and if that's the plan to come off the business district off Ardmore, and if the plan going in the future is to develop some of those or rehab some of those businesses on Ardmore to look like that, I'm good for it. The concerns I have with this property is I think it's too many units for that property. The parking is an issue. I'd like to see something maybe come off a park rather than put the neighbors and neighboring people that are along Princeton have to see car headlights specifically coming in and out of that garage. And some of the other concerns. When my wife and I we walk past there daily with our dog, and I look at that property, and I pictured a duplex at first, or family living there of some type right off the prairie path to blend in. To put 24 units in there, that's too much in my mind. And I think that it could be done a little better, a little safer. And on the topic of safety, I don't know what the garage is going to be. Is it going to be a gate to get in? Is it just going to be anyone walking off the street going in there? I look for the safety of the residents in that place. The other comment I had, I think to mention the parking is a sign. That's great. I don't want to see cars out along Park Avenue parked there all day long. That's for the businesses. That's for Mead. I like to see something addressed in that nature. But the safety, and if there's going to be that many units or tenants in that building and on that property, is there going to be any rules like there would be in a condo association, keeping the noise down? Is there going to be something so there's not hooting and hollering on it? Something to consider for the neighbors. And I don't live directly across the street there. My advice is to take a look at the neighbors, the neighboring businesses, and get their feedback. They have to live with this on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Tony Muserino, 427 South Yale, 60 years on the same block. And it is great to see everybody here, isn't it? That we're all concerned, so I appreciate that comment. I'm going to try to speak kind of in bullet points, short sentences here, because there's a lot of information, and I don't want to bore you guys with too much of some of what you may have already heard. Traffic flow issues. The alley is a difficult one. I measured it 12 feet. I've heard it referred to as a 15-foot alley. I don't know, maybe the lines outside of the poles include 15 feet. Because of that, when I drove down with my pickup truck, there was a little more than 2 feet on each side that would give me room between the dumpsters and the power poles. That's not enough to allow two-way traffic. Some of that happens now because people have buffers. They pull over into the parking lots that Sterling has, or they pull over into the parking of the other apartments. Those would be gone or wouldn't be available for that purpose. Two-way traffic, therefore, would be a problem, especially when you have service vehicles, garbage trucks, and other vehicles, service vehicles would be going down that lane. I heard a mention about the garbage, that it would be pulled out, the dumpster would be pulled out of its enclosed area. That parking area in the back to the south of the building would have to be at an incline or a decline. It would have to be at a ramp down to the alley. So given bad weather, water, ice, snow, I don't see a single garbage man, refuse guy being able to pull a dumpster down to that area without some complications, but maybe there's a plan for that. In the meantime, looking at the parking at a diagonal now, they've allocated 18 feet of space for each of those parking spots. That's a standard. My wife's Ford Fusion, a compact car, is 16 feet long. I measured cars out here next to the building, pulled up to the building. They averaged anywhere from 3.5 to 5.5 feet away from the building. People are not going to pull right up and touch their bumper against the building. Therefore, that 18-foot area is not going to be totally used, meaning that the walkway, which again would be at the down end in the area where all of the water, runoff, snow, etc. is going, there wouldn't be a functional walkway there for people to get around. And if they were, it would be in 7 months out of the year where you have freezing conditions, you're going to have difficulties there with slipping, falling, and other issues. If you were to rotate those parking spaces to be perpendicular, it would either even further eliminate the length of the 18-foot spaces that are designed to be there. Getting onto North Avenue then's a problem. Pushing snow to Ardmore Avenue is a problem. Taking a left turn there, getting past the blind intersection where there is pedestrian traffic, the field of view there is not safe. Getting onto North Avenue, if there is snow that has to be pushed up to there, that's going to be a removal issue for the village, either trucking it out, dumping out, loaders have to come in. In addition to the delay, it's never going to be exactly coordinated with removing snow in the parking areas that would be behind the building on the south side. So you have two different phases of snow removal that have to go on. Traffic coming down Park Boulevard we've got a landscape island that ostensibly would be a positive. By increasing that landscape peninsula out to make it parallel with the other curb cut, reduces the funnel, the entranceway. Vehicles take curved approaches as they enter into a streetway. If you add in the vehicles that would be parked, the natural tendency would be for Amazon vehicles, plumbing, electrical, food delivery trucks. They would use those 6 parking spots that are at the front of the building. Those would create a separate field of view obstruction from the viewing triangle that was already mentioned about the building, asking for a variance to be back from the lot line. But that field of view, that viewing angle that would be obstructed by the cars parked there, is also a viewing angle that gives relief to pedestrian and bicycle traffic, so people aren't running into each other on the sidewalks. It's not just being able to see vehicular traffic. Getting into the entrance on Princeton, if that was to be made a curved entrance rather than a flared entrance or a semi-pork chop, that would, right now the entrance and exit to the garage is only allow 1 vehicle at a time. So if someone takes the turn onto Princeton with the intention of entering into that garage, they will now, even if there is a dedicated directional feature put into that entryway, it will be even more difficult for those vehicles to negotiate who goes first. Someone's halfway out of the parking garage, the other person now doesn't have a side area to park and wait for them to exit. Just more conflict. Streetscape issues. A big one is water quality best management. DuPage County in here very specifically talks about the fact that impervious areas are not all the same. We could take a half an acre of impervious land, put in Rotary Park, picnic tables on it, different pollutant load than a building like this. They talk about tire wear, nutrient pollutant load, and also vehicular pollutant load, all which would be higher. They recommend, in this 2008 study, they recommend against concentrating into a point load runoff from a building to speed up, rather than sheet runoff, to speed up that effluent into the stormwater system. Finally, I would just say that the financial hardship consideration that appears to be somewhat in consideration, every development commercial development I've been aware of, is always, the contract for purchase of the property is always built with contingencies. I will buy this from you, Mr. Seller, for X number of dollars if these contingencies are met. And this process that's going on now would all happen before that final agreement was executed. That hasn't happened, so there must have been a reason, either a good price, whatever the case may be. The normal pathway, though, would be for the potential buyer to go back to the seller and say, too many variances have to be done, it's going to cost me X number of dollars, you need to lower the price. And that's how that hardship is normally taken care of. So I hope you can take these things into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wanting to speak at this time?
Elise Kramer, 435 South Princeton Avenue, Kramer with a K. Reiterating everything that was said here, parking is the #1 concern. Development, sided with the development that's going on, not trying to stop the development of Villa Park. We all want tax relief. Appreciative of everything that you guys are doing to help us with that. But I actually had the negative experience of renting in Villa Park. And there is a shortage at apartments. I lived on Division by the train tracks. There was never, and I worked at Jewel, closed the store back when it closed. You guys might remember those days. Would have to park on the street because when I came home at 2 o'clock in the morning after closing, there was no parking. And it became a requirement for me to budget for parking tickets. It's not realistic. You make it 1 year, you leave. Also, when I rented and started, I was a party of one, and things change over time. Then boyfriend moved in, now husband. So even though you might be a 1-bedroom single person, that does change down the road sometimes. And as is stated, in Villa Park, most people drive. It is a reality. I don't care what the Chicago metropolitan area says. We are not Cook County. We don't want to look like Oak Park. We don't want to look like Cicero or Berwyn. We're DuPage. We're Villa Park. We are charming. That downtown area is a snapshot of time. There are many people walking dogs. I'm one of those folks every morning walking my dog, and I can attest to the number of people who are walking down our street on a regular basis. Kids walk to school. There's a bus stop at the end. This is not the right development. It is too many units for this property, and besides the fact of the parking, and it's really unfair when you put in spots there's not enough parking. It's really unfair to the renters. Please stop doing that. Please don't allow parking variances. Besides that, you're changing, for lack of a better word, culture of the neighborhood. Sturley's right now has been very open with their parking. They allow us to park there. There are times when that parking lot is needed. We've all been to funerals that are extremely large. Many times they're not needed, and they're very generous with that. When we have Summerfest there, when you're having a 10K there, the people who park there today, they're not going to be able to be that generous. You're changing that culture, that giving, by allowing units, that many units being there. Don't change our culture. Keep our little town feel in a major metropolitan area. But please keep doing, you guys are doing a great job, and I don't mean to say you're not. This just isn't right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Seddon, Seddon, and I am speaking on behalf of Mike Godzicki of 421 South Yale. 3 points very quick. I'm concerned about drainage in as much as the permeous space variance is concerned and impact on the storm drain handling capacity on Ardmore. We suffered basement damage in 1987 as a result of sewer backup. Additionally, has the impact of the development's plumbing on the storm system been assessed? 2, are there any proposed tax reliefs to be granted to the developers? We are unequivocally opposed to any incentives or reductions. 3, we are opposed to traffic entering the parking garage via Princeton Avenue. Although our children are grown, we are concerned for the youngsters who currently live and play in the area. That includes our grandchildren as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anne Marie Testa. I live at 515 South Princeton. And I just wanted to open up my comments with presenting the commission with a packet of petition signatures that we've collected. There's a total of 256 speaking against the size and the relationship to the prairie path of this particular planned development. We're not against development. We just think it needs to be appropriately cited and sized for the area. So these 289 people signed online. Over 50, probably more, of those people did make comments. I encourage you to read those. And then we had 62 people that signed a paper form. There are also several businesses from that surrounding block right there that signed. So I'm going to give that to you,
Okay.
Chairman. And then I also want to make a quick public service announcement. Starting on June 15th, the library will begin hosting its summer family concert series every Wednesday till the end of June. It'll lead up then into the traditional annual Kiwanis Wednesday night concerts. These will be geared towards children. It starts at 6:30. You can, kids under 12 have to come with an adult. It's at the Rutgerd Gazebo along the Prairie Path. Bring a blanket or chairs and enjoy the summer weather with fun and lively musical entertainment. So, especially for the kids.
That's awesome. Thanks for the information.
Sure. So, I wrote a bunch of stuff down. You know, lots have changed since the last time. But, so I'm getting rid of most of it. But, and I do wish some people get more than 3 minutes. So, you know, basically, I'm against you approving these variances. I'm just going to make a quick statement about the code, the state of the code, the MXT code. You know, I realize you guys don't create these codes, and you do occasionally find yourself in the position of being the code police. But I just want to mention a few things. It's supposed to be mixed use for transitional. These buildings should be shorter in height than the code currently allows. It should require the buildings to sit back further from the sidewalk. They should require design and exteriors that blend into and make the transition from commercial to residential much more smoothly. The standard meadery and wine shop are in a different zoning code, and the style of the buildings and materials used is perfectly acceptable for what they are and where they are. You know, most importantly, the code shouldn't allow a developer who is brand new to the multi-unit residential market and has no track record of what potential renters might do. You know, occasionally we hear him say, you know, we get a certain type of tenant. To the best of my knowledge, he's got 2 multi-unit buildings approved in different towns. Neither one of them are built yet. Nobody's renting there yet. So when he says we get, I think he should say we hope to get. The other thing I was going to go into, so the size of the lot, you know, those codes are all really complicated. Even I get 144 feet by 125. And I can multiply that, that's 18,000 square feet. Most of the homes in this that general area are on a lot that's 50 feet by around 180 feet. So 50 times 180 is 9,000 square feet. So imagine if I tried to build on my residential lot a building that has 19 bedrooms and 16 parking spaces. That's actually 3 less than the code requires as in the developer's plan. It's too much. This lot is far too small to accommodate this usage, and the surrounding area lacks the built environment to accommodate it or its prospective tenants. So we're not against the development, and we are very happy to see 560 new apartment units that the village has already approved at the Ardmore Train and the Villa Avenue development, both of which are taller, but this still will be one of the tallest buildings in Villa Park. So this isn't an appropriate site for this. The Villa Avenue development is offering 1 space per bedroom. So after my little square footage gig, I'm talking about the public parking. So it took me a while to get here, but here it is. Every time we drive our cars, we have to park them. And every time we park someplace, we make a calculation in our head. Where should I put this car so it's going to be the easiest thing for me to get out and get going next time? And if I'm an empty nester or whoever else, you know, I may go out in the morning to a Tai Chi class. I may come home, you know, and I'll probably, if I'm going out at lunchtime to meet friends, I'll probably just leave my car in the public parking space right in front of the building. You know, there's an entrance to go right into the lobby there. It's feet from those public parking spaces. Rather than go around and mess around with going in and out of the garage, because I don't need to. I just want the most convenient spot to leave my car. So, especially if I'm an alley parking person, I'm assigned to the alley, I'm certainly not going to want to risk my life just to get to the Jewel by coming out of that blind alley. In the, several years ago, I had an accident by a driver. It was a taxi cab driver who was trying to get out of the alley on the opposite side. So, very blind, he could not see. And oftentimes when people can't see, you know what they do? They go, they hope for the best. I was there. So there's a difference between those two. You know, we talk about KLOA and how good they may or may not be, but they're not good enough to realize, as we all do who live around there, that there hasn't been more than 1 or 2 cars parked in that lawyer's lot for the last 15, I don't even know how long he's owned it, but since before 2005. So on that side, they've actually got a little alley behind the Ardmore businesses that dumps out onto Highland. So there's no such thing on this side. There's just Sturley's lot, which will be blocked off. In addition, I'm going back to those parking spaces. I think everybody that lives there during the course of their day is going to choose. You can't stop people from parking in a public space. You can't make a sign or a law that says if you live at 27 West Park, you can't park here. They could even park over on Princeton and walk in the side door. Easy peasy. So I think we should think about human nature. And I had some bullet points, some rebuttal points. I guess I'm almost out of time.
Yeah, quick conclusion.
Standard Meadery is only open 4 nights a week. So the drive-by test that the developer did was all 3 nights the business was closed. I said he doesn't have any tenants yet. I said there's no north-south alley. Affordable housing is a new twist, this term affordable. Last time I remember hearing this was luxury housing. So my question was, what's the price point for this affordable housing?
I'm going to need you to wrap up.
That's it. That was the good one.
I know you're passionate about it. I appreciate that.
Oh, you took the thing here.
Did I? Sorry.
I'm Jean Nicholson, 412 South Princeton. And you know, we have across the street from this development, the gazebo. And now, when there's all the entertainment there and everything, and people walking from other towns, they think, wow, this is a great town. You know, the beautiful gazebo, the music, everything. Well, we park, the parking in the lot is loaded with the property that's for sale. And anyway, I don't know, I have a feeling if this goes up, the gazebo goes down, you know, because people won't have place to park, and I don't know, I just don't want to see the gazebo, us lose it. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I think that's a record for the evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gene, I just want to say I appreciate your shirt.
Oh, St. Pius Church. Thank you so much, Justin.
All right, who's next?
Hello.
Hello.
Christine Fogarty from 37 West Park Boulevard. I almost said 27 West Park Boulevard because I've been hearing it so much lately that it's kind of drilled into my head. Another number that's in my head right now is 256. That's how many people signed a petition, just in the last couple of days really, against this development. People that are just within a few blocks of this area. And to me that says a lot. Being right there on the corner and being outside as I usually am in my yard, I have spoken to dozens and dozens of people who walk by and ask me, what is that sign for? What is this meeting about? What's going on over there? And I explain it to them, and I even have a little flyer that explains everything that Mr. Ross has told us. And everyone has said the same thing. First of all, how did it ever get zoned like this? What happened in 2018? Were any of the residents informed that the zoning was changing? And what do we do to get it changed back? I don't have those answers. I don't know if you guys can give those to me so that I can share that with the neighbors when they
I can
ask.
give you some of them when we're done.
Okay, that would be great. I would appreciate that. Another question I have is the KLOA analysis that they did. Were they ever actually on site, or is this just running a bunch of numbers through the computer? So, though I appreciate Mr. Ross doing his drive-by the last 3 nights, I don't have to drive by, and I don't have a small sample. I have a huge sample of 8 years of living there. I know exactly what happens there. And if there's a funeral and the meadery is open and I want to have friends over, they're going to park way down the street because there's nowhere to park. So, you know, a lot of times people will park in the Sturley lot. That's great. We appreciate that. But if they have a funeral, there's nowhere to park. Or they'll park at Right Heart, which, you know, that's pretty much where everybody parks when there's a village event over there. Christmas, 4th of July parade, which is coming up, Summerfest, you know, everybody parks there. The village uses the Right Heart lot to set up for events. This is all going to be gone. So I'm kind of with Jeannie. I feel like that whole section, the Prairie Path, and what draws people in and what gives Villa Park their charm, it's going to be gone. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else who wishes to speak on this item this evening?
Hi, I'm Amy Murphy. I live at 436 South Princeton. I had something written here, but I just want to say I'm just concerned for my family, my neighbors. I don't want to see our street become all street parking, because we all know that there's people that park down our block all the time. I've got 3 kids. We'd love to be outside. I don't want to see the increase of traffic, the increase of people parking and pulling in and out of our driveways, turning around, trying to get back to their apartment. And I just don't want to see all the extra traffic. And it's just, in my opinion, the wrong size for the lot that we have.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Could I say something?
Uh,
You know what? My dining room, I have my breakfast and lunch. I sit there and I see traffic, kids passing by on bikes and parents walking their kids and walking dogs and everything. Over there is the grammar school. Over here is the junior high and the high school. We got traffic of the kids going to school back and forth there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Mike Zucker. I live on South Princeton, probably about 8 houses down from where this development's being proposed. I would not mention this, but Mr. Ross did. There were 7 positive Facebook posts he kind of pointed out. There are 127 total comments on that thread. So overwhelmingly, it is against the project as proposed. I have many different concerns my neighbors do here, mainly about parking and where these cars are going to go. It's been mentioned that the trend is towards less driving. That does exist and that is true. I don't believe that's true for this area. In order to get to Jewel, by using public transportation, you have to walk south on Princeton to Washington, take the 303 bus down to Villa, and then walk again. I don't see people doing that to get the groceries. I understand, I guess, that there's a comprehensive plan that was put in place about 15 years ago that slightly addresses this area. I think the board has to come up with a plan for this area first and decide what you guys want to do with it or what should be done with it. My expectation is that you guys do vote no on the variances as proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
My name is Marilyn Chopra, 420 South Princeton. I've lived there for 50 years. I've seen lots of kids come and go. We've gone through peaks of kids, lows of kids. Now the block has got lots of young kids on it. I do not want to see all that traffic coming down the block. I think something else should be built there. It should be smaller, and aesthetically speaking, it should match the buildings on the block. Please, we do not need another monstrosity like the fire department, which is a terrible building and should never have been built in that style, the style of this apartment building. Would he put this in Hinsdale in a Main Street area? No.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Jo Johnson, and I live at 534.
I'm going to ask that you keep it down a little bit, please. Thank you.
Hi, Mary Jo Johnson. I live at 534 South Princeton. I've lived there for 30 years. I wasn't going to speak, but now I am on a comment that was made. Mr. Ross, you mentioned how you came up with this design to complement the Smead Winery vibe, which is called a modern farm design these days. But the Smead Winery is a business, and it's the only place around here that has that look other than fuel. You're not building a business, you're building a residential building that if you drive around within a mile of this proposed building, there is nothing, and I mean nothing resembling this look. It's just going to look ridiculous. I believe there is no need for more apartments. We have more than enough surrounding our town. There will be several more apartments near the train station. Soon they will offer a train station. Why not a few appropriate fitting townhouses that you could sell for maybe $500,000 or maybe 10 condos, just way less apartments. You need a plan of a look that fits our charming village and our charming houses near this site, especially on Princeton. Put away the city vibe, it just doesn't fit in with the Villa Park housing. Maybe take this barn dominium look to North Avenue or Roosevelt Road. I love this village and Princeton Avenue. It's like a family. We love our block, and this will just cause distress. Gentlemen, most of us have voted for you to sit there and take these positions seriously and make the right choices. Please, please think about this one. Would you, any of you, want to live across from this development? Please disapprove. Thanks.
Thank you.
Robert Van Staldeinen, that's V-A-N, capital S-T-A-A-L-D-U-I-N-E-N. And I would ask for my time back for that.
You deserve it.
404 South Ardmore, and president and owner of Knollcrest Funeral Homes in Sterling Chapel. We have already heard, alluded to, that we will probably be having to chain off our lots. It is something I do very hesitantly. I have enjoyed allowing public parking in our parking lot, providing for the commerce, for the community events that occur at the gazebo. Formerly, Mr. Reichert was very gracious and helped us with that. It has been part of what drove us to move to Villa Park, was all the events at the gazebo. We love it, we enjoy it, and we'll be sad to see it go if this development requires us to remove the parking availability to all of the events that occur. We simply cannot keep our lots open for everybody to use without having some means of protection. Secondly, if we're concerned with development on this property, I am sure we can get different development. There was certainly other interest in the property when it was purchased. Again, it is your job to ensure the benefit for this community, and that's what I call you to do. We've already pointed out, my attorney, that this variance is asked for the benefit of the financial remuneration for the petitioner. That can't be the only reason you grant this. We encourage you to vote against the parking variance because it just will cause sufficient trouble in our neighborhood. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else that wants to speak? Seeing fewer and fewer every time I ask that. We've got one more here at least. That's okay. You've got your time.
Yeah, Holly Stamus. Can I see a close-up of that one-bedroom apartment? Because to me, it looks like a two-bedroom apartment. People are poor, rent is high. You've got a den with a closet. I'm putting a roommate there. So now you've got one parking space for two adult people with cars. So I'm just thinking, like, even what he's asking for is kind of undercut. Like, if I could name a room a den, but it's still a bedroom, right? So I want to take a nice close-up of those because I don't think they're going to be one adult person in those apartments. I think there's going to be couples with a kid, and I think there's going to be two adult people. Yeah, so that's all I want to point out.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have some discussion related to that as we move ahead. All right. Anyone else before we move on? Going once? Okay. Yeah, no, I really, when I say that I appreciate having this many faces in front of me, I really do. Like I said, we've set up here on projects that I would say are much more consequential in the grand scheme of the village than this one, with literally no one here. So I really do appreciate it. I want to run through a few things that maybe I can answer before we turn questions over to Mr. Ross and anyone that he may have speaking on behalf of his project. So the zoning ordinance was updated in 2018. The MXT zoning, not just the MXT zoning, but the MX zoning at large was designed to try to preserve the aesthetic of our downtown areas, or create that where it doesn't exist, in terms of bringing buildings closer to the street, in many cases requiring buildings be closer to the street. One of the things related to that with the garage entrance is that we did not want garage entrances on our primary streets like Villa, Park, Ardmore, because an example of where that doesn't work is on Villa, the Villa Medical Arts building, where they have a big hole blown through the front of their building into parking at the rear. That's not generally a good look for your downtown, which is why we would, in a perfect world, like to have them at the rear. So related to that, the previous zoning of this site, which existed going back to, as far as I can find, the 40s, was C2. C2, as of right, allowed a 45-foot tall building with 50 foot of lot coverage. So the building may not be able to be quite as big, but the other half could be parking. There are no requirements for materials, no requirements for setbacks above the third floor, no requirements for transparency. The building could be set back 7 feet from both Princeton and Park. No requirements on where driveway entrances could be. Minimal requirements related to landscape. No requirements related to material use at all. So those are some of the things that this MX zoning brought to our village that didn't exist. Now, we may not agree with this project, but I just want to explain what the purpose of that form-based zoning in the MX is. So theoretically, somebody could have dropped a 45-foot office building on half of the site and a surface parking lot along Princeton as of right without coming before us. That could have happened 3 years ago. This is, in a lot of ways, the zoning itself is attempting to be more contextual. So that's the code side of it. I'll leave that on that. I think that's enough planning 101. On the signage issue, there's no signage before us. Any signage that would be required would have to meet the existing village codes. If it doesn't, they would be back before us for variations. So there are strict codes related to how much signage you can have on what faces of buildings. Off the top of my head, I do not know what that means for residential. I'm being honest, I don't have that code in front of me. But any signage would have to meet codes. We don't allow pole signs, so on and so forth. Touched on the parking on Princeton, why the parking may be on Princeton or the alley instead of on Park. There's a threshold for going into a traffic study versus a traffic assessment in our village. They don't meet it. That's not something, I mean, we could ask for additional information, but as part of the application, that's not required. And CLOA is a very reputable company, and they're the one that we rely on as a board, as a commission, when we ask an applicant to have a traffic study done as a part of a large project, like the recent rezoning at Odium, or I'm trying to think of some other ones recently, but they're the one that we prefer they go to because of their experience and their knowledge. Let's see what else. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, and then I guess the only other comment that's a small one is, so there was some question about the width of the alley. The alley right-of-way is 15 feet. It's paved 12 feet, but it's paved 12 feet because both properties bleed asphalt into the right-of-way. So you could go out and measure the concrete, but the right-of-way is 15 feet. And so when they're taking their measurements on their property, they're not taking it from that concrete edge. They're taking it from where the property line falls. And it's up to what happens in engineering, but I would assume if the project moves forward, they would be pouring concrete or whatever surface they're using all the way to that alley. So with that, I've got a couple questions from that we heard here that I'd like to run by you, Mr. Ross, real fast before we open it up to broader questions up here. So there was a question about trash removal. Could you speak to that a little bit? And I'd ask you to come up to the mic.
Inside the building, so tenants who need to access the trash, let's say they're on the 3rd floor, they would go down the hallway, open a chute, throw their trash down a chute, and it would fall into the trash enclosure, which is on the east side of the building. I'm pointing to it with the cursor right now, if you can kind of see. So there's no trash can or dumpster outside of the building. It's enclosed, no one would see it. We did that by design.
Okay. So I guess then, yeah, I'm just going to ask that we keep the questions up here. That's okay. How would the trash get to the outside? How does that, I mean, I know you showed, but who's responsible for making sure that happens?
The trash company is.
Yeah. Okay. So they have access to it. They bring the dumpster out.
Right. Typically there's a code to the garage, or to that door, I should say, garage, or to those doors.
Yeah.
They swing it open, roll it out, dispose of it, put it back.
Yeah, and our code, even in a building like this, would not require that. They could have a garbage dumpster and a masonry enclosure at the back property line, and that would be sufficient. Yes?
Just a reminder that we're going to have someone transcribe this from a tape, so I understand we're going to have a give and take with people speaking. So if the audience asks a question, would you be so kind as to repeat it back into the microphone?
Yeah,
which
and
will help
I'm
them
going to try to
transcribe
avoid
it.
that kind of dialogue because there are a lot of people here, and you know they've had a chance to make their point. Obviously, if there's a big question that gets missed, I want to make sure that's the case. So before we get to questions up here, are there any specific questions or issues that were raised that you would like to address?
I wrote some notes. Trash was one of them, so we talked about that. Someone had asked about hedges at the neighbors. Ellen actually had written this into her summary that, you know, we're certainly willing to do that if somebody wanted some hedges added. As far as, you know, the driveway, especially the exiting, and if we change that to direct more to the north, the only house that it would be pointing at would be the house on the corner. Luckily, that house does face Park. That's the side of the house. There is a bunch of shrubs there now, but we're certainly willing to add more shrubs if the homeowner wanted us to, or whatever we could do to accommodate them. You know, again, there was a lot of talk about these ratios of cars, and again, this was brought up at the Traffic and Safety Commission meeting too. You can't use national numbers. You also can't use numbers that are just about households. Even if you say DuPage County and you say households, obviously that includes houses, single family townhouses where they have 2-3 car garages or more sometimes. So you got to look at data that is not only local, but also for apartments. Obviously people renting apartment buildings on average have much less cars than people who own or rent a house for that matter. Someone asked, can we do the project differently that it meets the code? Yes, we could. You know, like we mentioned, we could do it 5 stories, 32 units. We would meet the code with the height, we would meet the code with the parking requirement, but we just don't think that's appropriate. We don't think that that's good for the village. We don't think that's good for us either.
I'm going to ask you not to speak from the audience, please.
Somebody said-
Please. Everybody's had their chance.
Somebody said there were 256 signatures against the development. I don't think the petition was against the development. I think the petition was against it being 4 stories. So I just want to be, make sure that that's clear. Someone said we only had 7 positive Facebook comments. I think there were around 15 the last time I looked or counted, and they mentioned that there were a lot of comments that were negative. A lot of the comments that were negative were the same people, handful of people repeating themselves. So yes, if you have 100 comments, but you have 5 people doing 10 comments each, obviously they're going to dominate the comments, but I was just looking at number of people. Someone else mentioned, can we do a project that matches the street? Again, that's what we're trying to accomplish. While this is residential, technically it's commercial residential, right? I mean, this is not a house by any means. It doesn't have a pitched roof like a house would have. And the street we're on is Park. That's the street we face. So we're, the closest building to us is Standard Meadery. That's what we were trying to match. I think that was about it, as far as clarifications.
I can almost guarantee there are going to be more questions
Right.
up here. So,
Right.
and we'll probably get into more of the details and conversation on that with you. So, I'm going to leave it to questions from the commission. Who has questions, would like to start? Let's try to keep it as much to questions as we can. I think there's going to be quite a bit of discussion when we get to that point. Anything that's unclear or specific questions that you'd like to see resolved?
I do. I've got a clarification question. So, Ellen, perhaps this may be more pertinently directed to you. Council brought up a point that there could have been a potential 6th variance requested that is not necessarily in front of us in our packet. So I'm really just looking to get clarity on that for myself, for the commission, and the public at large. In the staff memo that was provided on page 17 for commissioners that are following along, you've indicated that there are some potential conditions to any of the several variances that are actually in front of us today. Again, I don't believe, based upon the staff memo, that there is this pseudo 6th variance with regards to landscaping. However, you do indicate some landscaping conditions that we can add to any potential motion that we may make. So could you just clarify the landscaping aspect of that?
I think it's a mistake that I made in terms of interpreting the code. And when I first looked at that section of the code, I was thinking it was all part of the minimum streetscape. And there is some latitude in the code for the director to accept variations on landscaping. So I will take, the blame for that not being in the published. I do believe, though, that because the published legal notice said such other and further relief as may be required, that it was meant to capture small items like that.
So is it staff's current opinion that there could be, not saying that there must be, but that there could be another
A variance? Yeah, because when you look at that section of the code, it exempts the foundation landscape from certain districts, but it doesn't exempt the requirement for foundation landscaping out of the MXT. So I believe that I missed that, and should have called it out.
So as a potential caveat to that, is it staff's opinion that it's not a required variance, but something that could be addressed via a condition?
Yes, I do believe so because of the last line item in the legal notice. And if you wanted to be overly cautious, you would republish and continue to another meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
I do believe, though, we've had significant public knowledge of the project and that those folks that want to be here are here. But I do believe it could be considered as having been published, by the such other and further relief as may be required to effectuate the proposed development. And as way of explanation too, as this was going on, Mr. Ross and I were talking about moving the building here and moving the building there, and some things were still a bit of a moving target, and I didn't know where the building was really going to land on the site. So
Yeah, and certainly I'm not looking to place any blame on anyone.
No, I'll take it.
Or
It's my
any individual
mistake.
or staff. No, that's not
Yeah.
what we're here for. I'm not pointing fingers. My question
Mhm.
and my concern is more akin to whether or not we can accomplish any potential requests by the conditions that you've outlined, and I think that you've very dutifully outlined those conditions, and I appreciate that.
And I have not talked with the village attorney about it, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be, I mean, I'm not an attorney, obviously, but I think our notice, including that last section, and the amount of notice and public hearing and community outreach on this, I think we're okay with that threshold.
No, it was a very proactive catch-all.
Yeah.
To that.
Especially given the scope of the project and knowing that there were negotiations going on, I would say negotiations, but many conversations with engineering and so on behind public works and community development. One quick question I have, Mr. Ross. This is a small one, and I may have more as we move ahead. But I believe you're showing the garage entrance now as being a semi-transparent, like glass door, probably frosted, as opposed to a solid, massive door. Is that accurate?
Correct, yes.
Okay. That's a small detail, but one that I do appreciate. Because it'll be lit from behind in the evenings, and it's something that I know that the union brought before us. It's a small detail, but it is a detail that shows that, to me, that you or your architects are looking at some of the little details.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, other questions?
Mr. Ross, I do have concerns for specifically the parking variation. And as I look at the plan, I'm curious, what is differentiating a den from a second bedroom?
Greg could probably help with this too, but dens don't have door, or I'm sorry, a bedroom has to have a door, a bedroom has to have a window. Is there anything else I'm missing on that, Greg? A closet.
Oh, these have closets though, right?
But they don't have. Most importantly, a window and egress. Yeah, they have to have an egress window, and they don't have a door. I think, and I believe some of them don't have closets. I don't remember exactly. But most importantly, a window. Secondary would be a door. Thirdly would be a closet.
But there's nothing that would really stop a tenant from internally having kind of a roommate situation. I mean, they have 2 baths, right? So the temptation and ability is certainly there. Which, yeah, people are people. You don't control that.
Yeah,
I understand that. But
you could say that, sure.
But
people could
then
do illegal
you already
things,
have
yeah.
a parking deficit, and if that possibility exists, that kind of amplifies it. Would you agree with that?
I don't, because again, let's say someone's going to break that rule and use that as a bedroom. Let's say obviously you could have a 1-bedroom, you could still have 2 people living there, right?
Sure.
I mean, that's going to happen no matter what. So let's say you have 3 people living there now, right? And now you have 3 cars. I don't see how anyone signs a lease with only 1 or 2 parking spaces assigned to them, but they have 3 cars. Where do they think they're going to put that car? If they put it on the street as someone proposed, let me.
Can you please
I'm going to ask that we refrain from the back and forth and be respectful. I've given everyone an opportunity to talk, some of them considerably more than the allotted 3 minutes. Mr. Ross is the applicant. Please be respectful. Thank you.
Thanks. So certainly you could park on Princeton illegally, you could park illegally obviously you're not, your lease is 1 year long. You're gonna do that for 365 days and get a ticket. I mean, obviously, the neighbors are gonna be calling the police if the police don't see it themselves. They're gonna be getting tickets. I don't know what it is, $20, $30, $40, $50 a day times 365. I don't think that's gonna last long. I know I wouldn't sign a lease if I had 3 cars and I was only getting 1 or 2 parking spots. I would think most other people are gonna be in that same boat. So, and that's why I made that comment where I think the parking spaces regulate our renters on its own.
And a point of clarification, the parking spot is going to be a separate sort of rented item for whomever the tenant might be.
It gives us
He could have 0, or she.
Gives us flexibility. There will be people who rent a 1-bedroom and have no car. That will
There's
happen.
that potential.
And that car isn't assigned to that unit and doesn't go unused. It now can be assigned to somebody else. So again, this isn't a situation, as you're pointing out, where that car is stuck with that unit, and if it gets used or not, too bad. If it doesn't get used, great. Now we have the ability to give it to another tenant can rent it out, whether it's outside or inside.
Would it be safe to assume that the 1-bedroom with den wouldn't be allowed to rent 2 spots?
I think that'd be a good business decision.
Okay.
100%. I mean,
Right.
that would be a poor decision by us to do that. But likewise, as I kind of inferred in my presentation, us to let anyone rent 3 spaces. It isn't smart for us to do that. So again, that's why the parking spaces are going to regulate what happens there. And we want more parking, or the ample amount of parking more than anybody, so that it's economically viable and we can rent these units out. So again, we wouldn't do things like that. We were not going to rent 2 parking spaces to a 1-bedroom. We're not going to rent 3 parking spaces to anybody, because we want to have the biggest group of people being able to rent.
Specifically about the bedroom and den sort of nuance, I mean, and we can't regulate behavior on a certain level. To a certain degree, we can't regulate behavior, right?
Sure.
It's, if we just lose the wall to the hall and lose the closet, and that just becomes our, Chicago area French room, I mean, does that adjust things to you? I mean, because now it becomes even more difficult to make that into a bedroom, right? That really starts to really frame that sort of space as sort of a sitting room per se, as opposed to
I'd have to look how it
on the
works.
down low bedroom.
I'd have to look at how it works with the design, number one. I mean, number two, the intent is a study, a work from home office. And so people do kind of like that cordoned off a little bit, depending on if someone else is in the unit or not with them. So that's what we're finding people want. They like to have that space where they can have their office separate from their bedroom because someone else might be in that bedroom. And to your point, I mean, we can have it's possible you can have a 2-bedroom with 8 people in there, right? I mean,
let's not.
Right. That's not our goal. That's not what we want. But to your point with the den, just bedroom account doesn't limit the number of people that could sneak in there per se. I mean, at some point, people could break rules. Yeah, definitely. Right. But obviously in our leases, we have things hopefully to protect that. And if we find that, we can do something about it.
Right.
Questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to continue. So the half pork chop, is that was that a conversation with you and Ellen? Is that correct? I mean, I know it came out of our April sort of conversation.
You guys had mentioned it. Ellen had mentioned it. Traffic and safety had mentioned it. I think some of the neighbors had mentioned it. To me, it makes great sense. Everyone likes it. I don't see why we wouldn't do it. I think, Bob from our engineering thought
Yes,
it was
I don't
a good
see
idea.
a sign sort of telling people to sort of, that becomes the direction that they have to go. I mean,
Again,
if we
can we
can-
stop people from doing illegal things?
No.
Even if we do a pork chop, people are going to
Sure.
argue, well, they still could go
Right.
south, right? I mean, at some point, I can't put electric fence up there.
No, we don't want you to do that.
Right.
I have it was raised, I brought it up the last time we met in April, and thank you for having the west elevation. If you could bring up the west rendering, is probably a little bit more helpful. Yeah. Contextually, this block sort of reads from Park all the way to Highland. As much as that alley is sort of a break, it's sort of not a primary break, right? And this being facing the street and facing the residential, I like what happens on Park when we drop down to 3 and we set that building back 12 feet, right? Because that go to the previous rendering, that's reading 3, right?
Right.
Go to the next one, it's even reading more 3, right? Because I don't even see that
Right.
visually from that perspective, right? But once I get to this residential street, again, if I'm dealing with it as an MXT transition, right, as my abutting against the residential, by right on the backside, which is an MXR2, we could have the same kind of building height, assuming, let's say, wonderfully, that building that's on the corner that's 60 years old, that maybe somebody comes in and does something there, we could have the same kind of 4-story wall as well. I think we're doing a disservice to the neighborhood and sort of the face to that street. I'm curious about the potential for peeling that one back at the 4th floor on this face. Granted, the stair tower would be a vertical element that goes forward, but dropping that back might go a long way. I mean, if we start to look at the site plan, then too, that corner essentially would start to align. That corner where the electrical closet is, we can sort of see it aligning with the building that's to the south, right? And that's roughly a similar dimension as what is allowed in that MXR2, right? So then we're sort of creating a similar face. What we're trying to do in these MX districts of making sort of some continuity there. So I like the idea I would like to explore the idea of recessing, stepping back that 4th floor. I know it impacts those 6 units up on that 4th floor, but maybe we lose one and now we're asking for 5 cars. Or maybe we change it and there's only 4 units up there and we're asking for 4 cars on a variance. I mean, I'm starting to change things up here a little bit, but I mean, if we're starting to play both ends against the middle, at times there might be some merit to sort of lopping it completely off, peeling it back slightly.
So if I understand you, what you're suggesting is bringing the western wall on the 4th floor essentially in line with the western wall of the north half of the building.
Correct.
And creating a setback on the 3rd floor for the 4th floor along Princeton. I know that would require adjusting architecture, but would that be something that you'd be willing to explore or be comfortable with? I mean, I know you may need to ask your architect that, and I hate to put him on the spot.
I don't know what it impacts architecturally. Sometimes you make what seems like a little change can
Yeah.
throw everything off. My biggest concern, and Eric kind of brought it up, was the stairwell. How does that still work? That still has to stay. That can't go away.
Yeah, I mean, I see that wall sliding back to the back side of the stair, that 9.5 feet that's sort of there. I mean, that was, just conceptually, it's a sort of, because that break I think works really well on Park, because I can't imagine a 4-story building, whoa, even with all the stepping that we have going on.
From a selling standpoint, it gives that corner unit the potential for a nice roof deck as well.
Well, we probably eliminate a unit, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Eliminate or
we're gonna have to eliminate a unit.
You'd either eliminate or maybe shrink 1 or 2. I can't say for sure. But,
Sure.
Is that something you'd be willing to explore?
It's something we'd definitely be willing to explore, and again, forgive my ignorance, I know this isn't a PUD or like a negotiation type of thing. What does that get us? You know what I mean? I mean, we're not looking for a variance on the height, we're not looking for a variance on the setback up there, so, help me out with that a little bit, I guess.
No, but you are looking for relief from the streetscape variation, which I know is impacting Park and not Princeton.
Right.
But
because this wouldn't help that, right?
No, but it does. It does go to softening the streetscape generally, and I could see where it's essentially requesting some of that, or I should say, repurposing some of that requested relief along Park to Princeton where it's probably more needed. That would be my thought process on it. We could discuss that more.
Okay.
But
We definitely could explore it.
okay.
Yeah, but sitting here now, I don't think Greg could.
Oh no,
say-
I understand that.
No, but-
we've got. I mean, I'm a planner. He's an architect.
Okay.
So
You know how it goes.
we know how it goes.
No, but I
That's
believe
why we very hesitant to sort of raise these issues. But obviously, we have this. I mean, there's a bulk issue
Sure.
that's at play here. I
Sure.
mean, fundamental.
Right.
As well as the parking, right? I think
Might address both.
not might would definitely.
Well,
Get you
If we're
closer
losing-
to
I can't
address
talk
it.
for
If
this.
we're losing a unit, we're
We'll address it enough. I don't know. That's what I mean.
I'm not losing it completely. It's still there's still issues.
Right.
But to the petitioner's point, there's not a variation request or a variance request with regards to the height or the setback of that fourth floor outside of the streetscape. What could be impacted is that the removal or the decrease of a unit, and therefore the decrease of bedrooms, would impact the reduction and the variation for the parking. So that is the pertinent aspect,
That
in my
makes-
opinion,
yeah, that makes sense
of
to
the
me.
variation of why it is pertinent for Eric to ask that.
That makes
question.
even more sense to me. Yep.
Yeah. With the parking at the rear, I can understand for the comfort of your residents why the angled parking works. I get it's a softer movement in and out for your residents. But all elements of our village staff have recommended some level of discomfort with it for various reasons. Can you explain to me, to the degree that you can, and you may need to rely on your architect for this, and that's fine, he could come up and speak, I know he's sworn, that rotating those to perpendicular, that might actually gain you a parking space. I can't say that it would, but it might gain you a parking space, and it would certainly pick you up a foot or a foot and a half in depth, because those lots, because of the angle, they're technically farther off the wall than.
I think actually, but you need a larger turning radius. So
Yeah, and
So we actually lose a lot.
right, and I know.
But let me just back up on one thing you said that was in the memo too, that police and fire department want perpendicular parking. That is not true. They did not say that in their comment letter that I've seen. They said they prefer two-way traffic in the alley, but they never opposed angled parking or never said they preferred perpendicular parking.
I should clarify, they prefer the two-way movement of the alley.
Correct. Correct.
And the angled parking does, even though it doesn't force one-way traffic, it does promote one-way traffic.
Only for our tenants.
Right.
Not for
I
anyone
I
existing.
understand that.
Right.
And, when it comes to staff, there are staff meetings. I don't sit in on those. So I have to trust what's in the memo.
Sure.
On that. Whether or not I have a specific report from those agencies, I'm relying on staff and the staff memo. And we know for sure that, engineering, public works, the community development and economic development have some concerns about it. I guess my question is, from a practical standpoint, other than the softer movement, is there something that would preclude those from being perpendicular? Because I know staff, the staff memo was asking, I should say the exhibit, that Ellen's exhibit was, I think, asking for an additional, for a total of 9 feet at the rear, shrinking the building by 5 feet.
Right.
I understand logistically why that may not work for you.
And that didn't
Those-
include the 3 feet of wall thicknesses. So
Yeah,
it'd actually be
and-
3 feet more than that.
And losing 5 feet off the front units makes them unmanageable from a unit size. They don't lay out well. and it shrinks all the way up. I understand that, but practically, is there a reason that the perpendicular parking doesn't work, given the amount of space you're providing at the back, which is a minimum of 4 feet, and the fact that other than maybe the western, could you bring up the site plan for a minute?
Sure.
So other than maybe the westernmost parking space of the westernmost building, those look like pretty big parking lots, but the way they essentially work is you have perpendicular-ish angular parking along the base of the building, single deep. So other than the westernmost stall of the westernmost building, none of those vehicles are close to the alley, which gives a little more leeway for someone backing out, right? They're not backing up into a brick wall. They're not backing up into another car. There is space, and the alley may read as 12 feet, but it's 15 feet. I guess practically, is there a reason that doesn't work for you?
Well, besides the 8 feet that we would have to somehow come up with, that we can't come up with. I'm not talking about the reduction of the building. I'm just talking about going perpendicular and leaving the space at the rear of the building, leaving the 4 or so feet that you have there. I'm not asking you to give more at the back. But then we wouldn't have the turning radius, right? The appropriate turning radius that we need. Or am I missing something? Because if we go perpendicular, you need 24 feet to turn in. If we go on an angle, you only need 15 feet to turn in.
Correct, but I think what we're saying is that those parking lots, whatever we want to call those parking at the other side of the alley is
Right.
fluid enough, and it's not like they're not parking right on that alley because of the way in which that angle runs, and and he was saying that westernmost stall on the western building is really our choke point relative to the other side of parking on the other side of the alley. I think that's what, because if you go there, you see there's all.
Yeah. And so,
Good
I mean,
job.
you're providing, let's say the 15-foot wide alley, the 4-ish feet you're providing. I know there's a little bit of slop in there because there's a little space at the front and the angled spaces positioned differently and so on. But, I mean, you're really at 20 plus feet of width, and like the Chicago code actually prefers 20 feet for two-way.
We actually talked about that earlier, but we can't use that, right? And they also have 8-foot wide stalls.
Right.
And if you go wider stalls, you can reduce that 22 to 20.
Yeah.
But these are all things that aren't in your code.
But we're not asking.
We didn't want to add another variance, because that would be another variance.
And I don't think we're talking about a variance.
Okay, then
unless you're shrinking I think at 9 feet stall, perpendicular with the 15 plus 4 plus whatever else you can find to give when you turn those spaces, I mean, I think you probably have what you need for the turning movements.
Greg, you want to comment on that? You come up here because I don't think we're there.
And I understand that shrinking the building more than a foot or two.
Nobody's proposing that.
That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid by having this conversation.
I do think that it is what you're asking for is pretty accurate. I mean, if there's the 15 feet plus the 4 we already have, we're at 19 feet, and again, the turning radiuses do get smaller as the stalls get wider. And so, I mean, our biggest concern is the building shrinking, and obviously if we were able to create a configuration that does not certainly lose us another parking spot by making those stalls wider. And we also have to work with the power poles as well, because that could, even though it only seems like 6 inches per stall, that could put us right in a spot where we lose one in between those two power poles. That would obviously be a significant problem. So those are all the things we would have to look at. But I mean, if we are keeping the back wall essentially in line where it is, where we're proposing it, it's, I mean, something that we can look at in coordination with the site plan.
Because if I'm being honest,
My name is Greg Starr. I'm with
Yeah.
Studio 21 Architects.
Thank you. and if I'm being honest, I don't really necessarily have an issue with the with the angular, but I understand that all of our village departments do, and that's something I have to take into account.
And just to comment on that in general, again, this was based on neighbor feedback too. And again, either the neighbors aren't going to be happy if it's angled or perpendicular, or one of the, or two or three of the departments isn't going to be happy, because we have people on both sides of it. But the neighbor feedback, again, that we got is they like the angled parking because that keeps people from exiting Princeton and then going towards their homes, right?
Yeah.
It keeps them going towards Ardmore. The other thing, again, besides the softer turning in and out that we thought would be better because it is a tighter alley, and we thought that was a great idea. But the third thing is that now our tenants aren't competing with each other, coming from two different ways. And one happens to come in through Princeton, the other one happens to come through Ardmore, and they meet in the middle, and one needs to get past the other, and now they got to go around. So again, if we can keep all our traffic going the same way, we just thought that would have been a safer and better route. So we don't really understand why not fire department, but the few of the village staff departments were against it. The first reason we heard is because we didn't have enough buffer zone behind them. When we were first originally here, we only had about 1.5 feet, but we've increased that to 4 feet. They had asked for 3. So we haven't really heard a reason why. We've heard they are against it, but maybe Ellen or someone could say why they're against it.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, the only thing I heard is, well, it helps, gives them choice and disperses traffic either way. But I don't think that's what we want. I don't think we want to disperse traffic towards Princeton. I think we want it to go towards Ardmore. So to me, the only argument I've heard for perpendicular from village staff is that, which I think is actually a negative.
So then I guess on this particular item, I would ask Ellen or anyone else from the village if they want to speak to that point. State your name and.
I'm Mike Ware, I'm the Public Works Director, so I can speak to that a little bit. So angled parking does prohibit visibility. You're backing up and you're backing up at an angle. The village wishes to keep that alley as two-way flow, and so when you do have angled parking, you're backing this way, it completes additional points of conflict that cannot be seen. People are backing into what now could be counterflow, if you're depending on which motion of the traffic is going. Additionally, I think the previous developments all proposed perpendicular parking that was there, that was approved, that was mentioned previously. And then also, I know while residents want maybe traffic going one way, we've also heard the site visibility on Ardmore. There's other businesses that access the alley. Perpendicular parking allows for circulation of traffic to be more mobile and provide for better flow of traffic and circulation throughout the building in that alley. Because we do have several users, we do have a liquor store, we do have the funeral home, and we do have the other parking for the other tenants in the other buildings along that alley.
So as an example, that does make one point I hadn't really thought of. If you're a tenant and you come out and you see that liquor truck parked illegally in the alley,
you're stuck.
Your only choice is to either back out of the alley or drive through the funeral home parking lot, which they may need to protect. So I could certainly see that aspect of it. Okay. Did you want to make any comments on that, Ellen?
I was just going to say one thing. Two-way traffic doesn't mean two ways at the same time. It's not wide enough. It just means the option to go either way depending on what's in the alley at that point in time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because even if you're parking perpendicularly, my preference would then have to be, if I'm a tenant, I'd prefer then to back into the parking space so that I have the most visibility while I'm leaving my space, exiting out onto the two-way. If I back in reverse from Princeton into the alley at an angle, it's going to be a little bit more complicated to park there, but I have visibility, but then my only direction of egress would be westbound on the alley, so I would be exiting out onto Princeton. To staff's comment, to Mr. Guerra's comment, I do understand the concern of the conflict that a tenant would have backing out, because then you're reversing into both, let's say, ways of traffic on the alleyway, and anyone that is driving west down that alley at the time that you're reversing, that's the first point of contact, potential point of contact. The second point of contact is someone that's also driving eastbound on that, down the alley as you're reversing. So there's two separate ways that you may strike someone else.
Yeah. Okay. I do appreciate that you've found a way to give the additional, whatever it is, 2.5, 3 feet at the back. That's, that is actually much appreciated.
And just to go more on that perpendicular, if it's perpendicular parking, I think you could almost guarantee 95% of the people coming in and out are going to be coming from Princeton, right? Because who would want to drive down a longer alley? Everyone likes to get out of alleys as soon as they can because they're slower and tighter. So I think if you go in perpendicular, everyone entering is going to be entering from Princeton, everyone exiting is going to be exiting from Princeton. So again, then it's back to the neighbor issue.
Yeah, and
You know, who do we make happy? I think the neighbors, but you know, if we've got other better reasons, then we can go that way.
yeah,
And again, I know everyone keeps bringing up the, you know, illegal activity down the alley. I mean, it's illegal activity.
No, I understand that.
It shouldn't happen.
I understand
If it is,
that.
it's got to stop.
I understand that. And you
Whether
do-
we develop or not, that
Yeah.
shouldn't be happening.
Chairman, just on that point, Jim Olguin, but one of the other items as far as like the you know, the truck deliveries, but also their garbage truck would have to stop in order to get the garbage corral, so they'd be blocking the
Yeah.
alley at that time as
That,
well.
All
that,
garbage
that would be
trucks
very
would.
brief, but yeah,
Yeah.
I do understand that there's potentials for there to be, whether it's garbage trucks or whatever. I mean, cars meet head-on in alleys every day, and we figure out ways around it. I mean, half of us will do it when we leave here today and go down the alley to the neighborhood. Probably more than half of us, honestly, will go down the alley here that's probably less than 15 feet wide, with everyone having stuff close to it and fences up, and we'll get by. We might have to wait, we might have to be polite, we might even curse a little bit in our cars, but we'll get by. Yeah, there was a question about snow removal. I know that the village is ultimately responsible for snow removal in the alley, and I assume, like all other property owners, you would be contracting with a snow removal company for parking at the rear.
Correct.
Just like the neighbors, just like the buildings across the alley have to do.
Just like everyone along the alley does.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Mr. Case's question.
please.
Where's your lease office at?
We wouldn't have one on, it's only 24 units, so we wouldn't have one on site. It'd be off-site.
Okay. And how would you have access to the building? Keys or card reader?
Both.
Or tenants?
Both.
Both? You'd be able to monitor the people who had card keys or whatever.
Right, and there'd be cameras too.
And what would it be to eliminate one of your garden apartments to pick up more parking?
Well, we can't park on Park.
No, underneath.
Or
Underneath. If you eliminated one of your,
it wouldn't work. You don't have the drive aisle for it.
The depth isn't there in the lawn.
Right. We would love to do that, but it doesn't
Okay.
work. No.
So, yeah, the question was of putting an additional row down the center, but I deal with laying out parking lots speculative all the time, and I mean, the site's tight. It is. And getting the parking indoors on a site this size in and of itself is pretty impressive. But still having room to provide 10 additional spots at the rear. In a lot of markets, the entire base would be parking, and you'd build closer to lot line and find a way to get an extra row in there, but I don't think anybody wants a dead parking structure on park, because that's what it would be. It would be, you've seen it. It would be open vents, louvers, maybe some fake glass windows that are black but don't ever have light behind them. That would be even worse, to my mind. So the additional question was, I know you had, so we talked about the potential for the pork chop drive, working with engineering on that. You've expressed that's something that you would be willing to provide if it keeps traffic from going south on Princeton to the degree that you can. We understand that you can't be there yelling like a traffic monitor, and people do what they do, but we could try to create things that make it harder for people to do it, but we can't stop people from doing it.
Can I comment on the, we'll call it the half pork chop?
Yeah, sure.
So the question that I have on that is, so when the village has their events and they close off the streets and the only way to get there is from Princeton, how would a renter be able to access the parking garage if you're not allowing them to come from the south to turn in if park is closed?
Well, two ways. They, instead of closing Park on the west side of Princeton, they would have to close Park on the east side of Princeton. I mean, that would be one recommendation. The second is we do, or they do what we said they shouldn't do, and they turn left that day or two because they have no option to go right. But I think just moving it, 20, the cordoned off part of the street 20 feet east would be the solution to that.
Yeah, do we ever close off west of Princeton?
We have.
Okay.
For Summerfest.
Yeah, I know we closed off some of that for Princeton, but I wasn't sure how far west. But, I mean, it's an adjustment that can be made, and there's...
It was something...
Yeah, no, it's a legitimate concern.
It's a question.
Yeah, we saw the map for that and what they close off, and when we looked at it, like, well, it would make sense to move that to the east side of Princeton.
And then I'll bring it.
I mean, they only lose 25 feet.
So
I got other questions.
The other question that I have, and I think you kind of spoke to it, but in the staff report and somewhat in your presentation, you spoke of the ability to create additional permeable or semi-permeable space surfaces where you're currently calling for hardscape. I would assume that some of that would be at the rear of the building potentially, or what are your thoughts related to that? And I'm not asking you for a specific calculation, but if not under the request for that variation, you could get closer to that with some additional permeable or semi-permeable spaces, surfaces, and I assume you wouldn't have an issue with the condition to that effect if we were to make a recommendation.
We can get closer to that. And the reason why we didn't do that right out of the gate is, using the permeable pavers isn't the greatest for, in our opinion at least, for commercial spaces. They do get beat up. They do sink. Snow plows do chip them up. They do become a problem. So we were trying to avoid that, putting them in heavy traffic, heavy plowed areas like the rear parking and like the driveway. We put them, we think, almost everywhere else we could. Could we add some by the trash enclosure where that leads out? Well, that isn't a car driving on there. We certainly could do that. When we start adding them to, I think the parking would be the worst place to put them from a maintenance and from a durability standpoint. The driveway would probably be better. Is that option there? Yes.
Okay.
Is it a great option? Probably not. But, again, is this a negotiation? Is this, something we need to give and take? We certainly can,
Yeah.
but it's like, where do we,
Yeah, no, I
where do we draw the
understand.
line?
And I guess the point is, this is something you're specifically requesting a variation
100%.
for, and we're trying to find a
100%.
way to minimize the impact.
Right.
Is that something that either Director Guerra or Ellen that you would like to speak to at all? In terms, I don't mean to put you guys on the spot, but the permeable surfaces and if you would like to see more or where. Because I do understand that, you know, they do have their limitations, obviously.
Yep.
Especially under heavy loads.
When Mr. Ross and I talked, we talked about if he did do permeable, it wouldn't be all the way to the alley because of plows coming through. But he's so close to meeting the threshold of 70% as the maximum impervious that I asked him to consider it to try and lose another variance. And I think it would add an aesthetic at the rear of the building.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I think that's all of the direct questions I have. Does anybody else have questions?
Yeah, I got a question for our Public Works.
Mike doesn't usually have to come to these things. Thank you for coming out.
You're welcome.
One of the concerns that was brought up by the public, and that was the stormwater. Everybody that knows me knows I'm big on stormwater. Do we know if the stormwater piping in the area will handle what's needed?
So as kind of already presented by Interim Director Weber, their plan is a preliminary plan. It's a preliminary site plan. All engineering details have not been finalized. That usually goes into final plan review, where we review the engineering with regards to stormwater retention, those sort of requirements. As presented in this plan, they are reducing some of the impervious with their plan, with the pervious pavers and stuff. And we follow the DuPage County stormwater, but we also have additional restrictions. So the DuPage County looks at net new impervious, which this is a reduction. However, our code does not look at that. We do look at new impervious, and with tearing down the site and rebuilding, that would kick in. But that comes into the play when we start doing engineering review. As I said, like you do have stormwater runoff in terms of over surface. While that does have some pros by channelizing it, we do have some cons by then piping directly into the system. So that ultimately comes down into what their final design is for handling that, and then that would be reviewed by our engineering department to ensure that we do not overload our system in a capacity that it cannot handle.
And then the second part of that question is, if I'm not mistaken, as far as wastewater, sewer, all of that would have to be approved.
Correct. With any commercial development, they would have to get state permits for both the connection of the water and the wastewater, and that's when we come into calculations based on the usage, based on the number of units. It equates down to population equivalent. Then we will evaluate our sanitary sewers based on that. I do know on water, we've started evaluating this, and I think you can kind of see it on there. We do have some points of connections that are being proposed. I think we did guide them to Princeton for the water main, because we do have, I believe, a 10-inch newer ductile iron main on that, which would be able to supply the water demand. Sanitary, we would need to look at a little bit further if this advances to ensure the connection is to the proper location, not to cause additional issues.
Okay, that was it on that.
Just a point of clarification, what was the work that was done under Park recently? That wasn't just paving, that was some other structures down there, is that correct?
So the majority of the work on Park was more of a pavement rehabilitation.
Oh, okay.
However, we did have to relocate some hydrants, which then worked into, due to proximity of the water main, we did have to rework some of the sewer closer to Ardmore. And then the metery, we did find their sanitary sewer connection was deficient, and so therefore they repaired it at the time of construction of the roadway. But that was auxiliary to the roadway construction and relocation of some storm inlets. In order to achieve that work, we did have to work minor on the water main on Ardmore and the sewer main.
All right, questions? Additional questions up here? because I mean, I'm sure we'll move into discussion and maybe have some more questions. Okay, so we're going to be moving to discussion. During discussion, we'll probably have additional questions for you. I guess the what I would ask is this would be a point in especially in a quick public hearing where we would allow you time to present any closing thoughts you might have. We may come back to you, but is there anything you want to add before we start discussion up here?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion.
Excuse me, Jason, I had asked a question when I had Kate come up. Were you holding those till the end?
What was the question specifically?
My question to the committee and Mr. Ross was that regardless of this project being profitable or not, could there be a different building project that could be erected on this site that would meet the current building codes, all the current building codes?
Yes, he did answer that actually, and I believe his response to this was yes, that he could build a 5-story building with, I believe it was 32 single bedroom units and be to code. Yes. So that's the answer to that. Whether or not that's profitable, I can't make that determination. It's not my place. We're moving into discussion up here, so okay. Whoever wants to start. I have thoughts, but I always hate to start.
I could throw out there where I feel I stand right now.
That's good.
I can't get behind the parking variation. And that may be so. The apartment life may warrant a smaller kind of per capita car requirement according to statistics. But I have a hard time believing in suburban Villa Park that that's the way it's going to work in units that, not to the designer's error, but will invite more people than they're designed to hold. And I could see situations where even 1-bedrooms have 2 cars. And that may dissuade people, but it may not. And I think there's precedent for whatever reason in our village, and we seem to have that occur with parking going over. So I can't get behind the parking variance as it stands. That being said, some of the other ones, the side yard, the Princeton Avenue entrance and exit, I feel that's 6-1, half dozen the other, because if it's put in the alley, yeah, you have a parking issue, but that's beside the point. People are still coming in and off Princeton into the alley, so that's a non-point. I struggle with the impervious materials. I understand it's worse than it would be, worse now than it would be after, but that doesn't mean that we can justify continuing to have it beyond where we want it to be according to our code. We do. Villa Park has got water problems, we know it, and if this is the period of time where we can help and meet our code, then we should. Streetscape, you know, these variances that are created by the village, I could account for. The build zone with the 13-foot streetscape and the foundation landscaping, I could give wiggle room for that because they are just intricate things, and the triangle, it's a visibility triangle. It's a weird corner street. The setbacks there, and especially with the build out that they're willing to do, I think that's not as much of an issue as it would be in a normal squared off corner. So that's where I stand on where things are and
Okay.
the variance is required.
Personally, since no one else is jumping up, I'm generally supportive of this proposal. I do think a setback at the southwest corner would help a lot contextually, if that's practical. Personally, I'm back and forth on the perpendicular versus angled parking at the rear. I certainly understand staff's concerns at Public Works, and I'm leaning towards giving deference to them. I do understand, though, from the applicant's standpoint, the comfort, so to speak, of being able to pull in and out. I don't necessarily think that that generates enough traffic to create a true one-way feel, but it does create some conflicts potentially with the spaces that are angled the opposite direction across the way, that would bring them more in line with each other. So that one I'm kind of torn on. Personally, I don't have an issue with the request for parking relief. I do think that by and large, these are the types of units that are going to appeal to either younger professionals or potentially empty nesters. You've got the Prairie Path amenity. I mean, I think as a cyclist, if I was to sell my house and stay in Villa Park, where would I want to live? And honestly, you'd rather be here than the train station. And by way of comment, I just would stress that I live blocks from here. I bike past this sometimes 4 times a day. So what happens here does matter to me, and the safety of everyone's pedestrian cyclists does matter to me too. This is not some amorphous space on the far side of the village that I will never have to face. It's in my neighborhood. So I'm sure others up here could say the same thing. So I guess that's kind of where I stand on it. And one thing that, as I'm talking about living in this neighborhood, one thing that did just occur to me, Ellen, is that we do have comments from 2 individuals, including one of our one of our commissioners. Could you read those into the record? Would that be or if you want to give them to me and I can't, I mean, I kind of would prefer you do it, but I think they're both fairly brief. I should have had those read into the record earlier, but one of them is from a commission member who does live in the neighborhood as well, which is what made me think of that.
Okay, we had 2 written comments, one from a resident who lives on South Villa, and she wrote, "I'm responding to the notice of public hearing for the property at 27 West Park, Ardmore Flats. I am against the building of a 4-story structure on that property. 3 stories would be much more suitable for the neighborhood and the integrity of the Prairie Path and the businesses and buildings within the area. Adding a brick facade all the way around would add to the warmth of the building and would fit in with the surrounding buildings. Future builds on the 4 corners of Ardmore and Prairie Path, MX2, the MX2 zone, allowing for 1 to 4 stories, will also intrude on the integrity of the Prairie Path. This build at 27 West Park will set a precedent for the area regardless in the difference of the zoning. As we know, builders can ask for a variance." And then she lines out variances. The first, parking, short 6 spaces. Eliminating the 2 units on the ground floor would give the project enough parking, which would include parking for guests because guest parking isn't being addressed. Garage entry on the side yard. Consider the above, and it would allow for the parking garage entry to be from the alley as stated in zoning code. Losing parking was the concern of the garage entry on Princeton. 90% of lot coverage instead of the 70%. No comment after that. Streetscape from 0 to 10, minimum 13 is required. No comment. Relief from exterior lighting, very vague. No, so she was replying, I want to interject, from the original concept plan, because the lighting relief has been addressed. It does meet code for photometrics.
Yes. And
Section 9.4.
just to clarify a point on that, I believe that they are proposing brick, at least at the ground floor, on all 4 sides.
Relief from the visibility triangle, why, question mark, question mark. The corner of Princeton turning onto Park needs the visibility triangle code 9.31. And then the last, such other and further relief, question mark, what does that mean? So my point, if all of these variances are in request, I would like to request for the village to request Ross Builders to build a 3-story building with brick facade around the first floor for a better visual, in parenthesis, or change the code. And then in parentheses, see attached picture of Downers Grove Fairview project by Ross Builders, 18 2-bedroom units. This is a picture of the rear view. There is brick all the way around the building. This 3-story building looks like it fits into a residential area a lot more than a 4-story. And she had a picture.
Okay, yeah, that was in our packet, so we've seen that.
Yeah. The builders are requesting a lot of variances which sway from the code. I am confident that the Villa Park residents would be more happy to have the Union Project 215 apartments and the Hawthorne Project 348 apartment be in addition to the residential needs. Having the Ardmore project changed to a 3-story building will be happily accepted by the residents in the area to help keep the Prairie Path and its integrity an incredible asset of Villa Park while still advancing as a village. Not sure if we are still labeled as 8th best place to live and 28th best place to raise a family, but wouldn't want to lose that status. What are the requirements to change the code? Question mark. Sign petition? Question mark. What? Question mark. Or is it better or easier to just apply for variances? Thank you for your consideration.
Okay,
And I did confirm with her that she wanted this as written in the packet, and she
Okay.
did.
And just one quick response. I think most of her concerns were addressed by previous answers from Mr. Ross. But one thing I would point out about a change to the code, even if we were to assume that there were changes that were warranted, the fact remains that they've applied under the existing code. So if we were to change a code moving forward, it would not impact this application at all. So, and then there was one from Commissioner Calvert, I believe.
Who had a planned vacation already for tonight. So, thank you for the update. If possible, please share this information with the commission regarding the development. And the comment on thank you for the update, he asked me if the public hearing would lead to a vote, and I said yes, it could. So, thank you for the update. If possible, please share this information with the commission regarding the development at 27 West Park Boulevard and how it compares to a development currently under construction by the petitioner at 5117 Fairview and Downers Grove. And then he has a link to the agenda packet from Downers Grove. The lot size in Downers Grove is 0.61 acre, 26,709 square feet in a transit-oriented location. The building is adjacent to the Metro parking lot at the Fairview train station. The lot in Villa Park is significantly smaller at 17,339 square feet. The Fairview development on a larger lot has fewer units, 18 2-bedroom units. The Downers Grove location has multiple apartment buildings directly across the street, and one of them is at least 6 stories high, but the 5117 Fairview development was limited to a 3-story, 2-bedroom, 18-unit development. The Downers Grove building was proposed and being built as condo-ready. Villa Park should request the same. Condo builders will demand indoor parking. Lack of parking is the curse of any residential building, and it will ultimately become an undesirable property without adequate indoor parking. Downers Grove received $136,852 in impact fees for the Park District and School District 58 and 99. Villa Park should demand the same. So in terms of that, we do not have an impact fee schedule in our code.
Yeah, and that is something, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for doing that, Ellen. I should have done that earlier. Okay, other comments up here? Discussion?
Oh, I'll throw my comments out there. I agree with Eric. I think the setback on that western wall would really improve it. I think that might help out a little with parking relief. Parking is my issue with the whole development, as far as the lack thereof the development, or the lack of parking in the area. It sounds like Sterling already has a parking issue with some apartments that are in the area. I think that should be addressed outside this meeting. If there's already an issue, it shouldn't be brought up here. The area needs to be developed. It's starving for development. I'm a lifelong resident for Villa Park, and sometimes you get a little gun shy on new development, and if it's going to work, if it's going to fail. Should we take a chance? Should we not take a chance? Should we leave it like it is? I think we should find something that works. It sounds like the developer's possibly looking in, if we drop that western wall, I think that might smooth things out a little bit, but without seeing I'm a drawing type guy, I like to see a picture of it. But yeah, the parking to me, yeah, you can build a unit, and if you got a parking issue, yeah, then it just makes a nightmare for everybody in the area.
Yeah, it's always interesting when I think about the parking, because it becomes a management issue, right? It becomes how the building lives and how the management takes care of their tenants. Obviously, Villa Park has its history of sort of management of buildings, which we're used to. So yeah, it's hard if they're managing it correctly, where there's no parking, no cars that are beyond the 32. I don't. I'm trying to figure out a way how that's sort of impacting the parking in the area. Outside of the potential of guests coming to visit.
Yeah, I mean the yeah, I mean the reality is we don't allow street parking overnight. I mean, it's up to enforcement, obviously, but again, we could argue about how good our enforcement is, but that's not.
It's not in our.
That's
purview.
not. That's not. It's not on our purview, but it's also not the responsibility of the applicant to, to deal with street parking enforcement. So, Justin, Ken, Don, thoughts generally?
I have an issue with the parking too. Even if you've got one parking spot for every tenant that has a car there, they're going to have guests over. There's going to be overnight guests probably. In today's society, there's definitely a parking issue. I like, that it wants to be developed, but there's not enough parking for, I guess, the needs of the tenants and their guests. That's my thoughts. Because the 6 spots in the front on Park, you can't park there overnight, right?
Correct.
No, not by village ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So those would be guests. I mean, yes, theoretically, an overnight guest could. I mean, occasional. There's a limit to. You can apply through the police, and I think they limit to a certain number of days. But The police actually do have an online system for that, but it is a limit to a number of consecutive days, and I've had to do that a couple times, most recently when my sidewalk was being repaired. Yes, Don?
This would probably be for Eleanor, Mr. Guerrero. Is there an option of cutting another 6-8 spots like we did past Harvard over there for the park? For parking? By the park, down on Harvard, where the park is?
Yeah,
We
are
got
you
those-
speaking along the trail on the
Yes.
northern side?
Yes.
That would have to go through the county. All that would have to be permitted as the county regulates the trail. And so that's the process involved. So I can't really give a straight answer, unfortunately, on that. Because it would be ultimately at the decision of the county to, would that be granted or not.
All right, I guess I'll comment. First of all, I just want to thank all the residents for coming out and the business owners for coming out today and speaking. I am on Facebook and have read through the super majority of the comments on, I think, what's happening in Villa Park, and laugh if you will, weird Villa Park is also on there. And I gotta tell you, I much rather prefer having in-person meetings with concerned residents addressing us in person and or writing into the village directly rather than would-be social media keyboard warriors. Kind of sick of all the misinformation that is spread on social media. And I guess I'll get off my soapbox on that, but I just want to say thank you so much for coming in person for those that previously came and had to go probably tend to their families or get ready for work. I just got back from Ireland a day and a half ago, so it's 6 hours ahead, so it's roughly, I think, 5 a.m. that time, so I apologize if I start becoming a bit more tired than I normally would be. Overall, I concur with the majority of what has been said by my fellow commissioners. We need development in the area. What that development looks like has to start somewhere, and it will continue. The renderings by the petitioner were extremely professional and very well thought out. The curb cut at the northeast corner is a very nice touch, and I appreciate the collaboration between the petitioner and staff. That is a very welcome addition to this plan. The larger and wider walkway for the rear parking, I also very much appreciate that. It shows that you've taken a lot of consideration for the tenants and for the use of the alleyway itself. As for the parallel versus, the angled versus perpendicular parking, that is not a variance request before us today. So I'm going to limit most of my comments on the variations to the requests themselves and not just my personal feelings on items outside of the variations themselves, or the requested variations themselves. Along the lines of that, the no left turn, this half pork chop conversation that we've been having, I'm indifferent to that. Commissioner Orlowski brought up a very good point of if the ingress and egress from park is blocked off, if the ingress egress of Princeton is blocked off by park, by the village, does that cause a concern for then southbound traffic coming out of the garage? It's a very pertinent point. Probably goes to the fact that I'm indifferent because I would rather have options rather than limitations to that effect. As for the parking, this is one that I struggle with. Just want to be very honest with staff, with the petitioner, and with the public at large. However, petitioner makes a very good point that narrows it down to very simple words that we all learn in economics: supply and demand. If the amount of units are, if the amount of parking spaces do not provide the supply to the tenants, the petitioner will lose those applicants as potential tenants, and they will likely not rent there. Hypothetically, that's an option. The other option is that they are jerk tenants, if you will, and they sign a lease anyway, they don't abide by the rules, and then it becomes an enforcement issue with not only the lessor, applicant, or whoever applicant sells to, or management, and the police department itself. But in my head, I narrow it down to supply and demand. The pervious lot coverage is also one that I struggle with. And to be very fair, if a motion was made unilaterally or in totality for a up-down vote on whether or not we would pass or allow all variances with all conditions, at this time I'd probably vote no. Alternatively, if we went variance by variance, I would vote yes on some. I would likely vote not on the other. Other alternative is based upon the comments that Eric made about cutting down that fourth floor, or cutting out that fourth floor a little bit, versus finding other unique ways or creative ways to cut down on a parking variance. Maybe tabling this for another month is the best idea, or is a viable alternative. Landscaping, I know that we did have the catch-all, or petitioner was smart enough to have the catch-all for such another further relief as may be required. I know that an attorney in the audience pointed that out as well. That may be something that we can revisit, although I do feel that the conditions that staff put in there should find that to be sufficient. So once again, I just really want to thank the public for coming out today. If there are other commissioners that may feel that a motion to table is warranted, I would be open to further discussion on that. I do want to give the petitioner a fair shake at this and let them bring us the best petition that they are comfortable bringing us. I don't want to essentially say no to them off the bat if reasonable revisions can be made that do not impact the project itself, because I do disagree with a comment that was made that the commission at large is only looking at this for potential financial relief, because I disagree with that. I think that this is a good plan and that relief is warranted because of the uniqueness of the building, the uniqueness of the fact that we will now have a extended corner that will, that'll do away with the formality of the site triangle as written in the code. There is something unique that presents a way to get over a hardship. There are unique aspects and alternatives that can alleviate, as staff commented, village-caused hardships. That's what this is for. So I disagree that we are only looking out for the developer's best intentions. And I don't want anybody to have that mentality of you're either pro-developer or you're anti-developer. We are looking at this in the totality of all the variations requested with unique collaborative alternatives. Thank you.
Yeah. So, that sounds like we're kind of in a position where we have three options up here. One would be, well, really three. One would be to vote tonight with the application as it is. One would be to vote with the application with some conditions beyond what we've discussed, rely on staff to sort those things out. That is, generally speaking, the way I prefer to proceed with most projects, because I like to keep things moving. But I do hear a lot of uncertainty up here in terms of vote, and I know there's some uncertainty. I want to say uncertainty. There are some aspects that we've asked of the applicant that they're not sure if they can address, or how they might address them. So I also know that traffic and safety is waiting for additional information theoretically before they make a final recommendation. We don't technically have to wait for that. So I guess that then I do have one question for you, Mr. Ross. If we were to continue this to next month, would you be willing to explore some of the options that we've discussed? And we will, before we recess tonight, if that's the case, we will kind of run down a list of what we would like you to explore with staff and with your architect and bring it back in a month. I mean, theoretically, we could try to schedule a public meeting, a special meeting, but I don't know how much time you would need to put something together. I mean, that would be the other option, would be to put something 2 or 3 weeks out. But the date of the next hearing would be July 14th. Today's the 9th. That's technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks out. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, as you mentioned, certainly time is of the essence.
Yes.
We already thought we were going to be on the meeting prior, but you guys had a lot going on, and Ellen had a lot going on,
Yeah.
so we couldn't make that meeting. So we're already pushed off a meeting. And I should expand on what I was saying when, is this a negotiation or how do, what I'm saying is it's hard to agree to one thing without knowing the big picture, right? It's like, can you add the impervious? Yeah, maybe. Can you take away a unit? Yeah, maybe. Can you do, I can't do all of them though, is my point. And so I could agree to, maybe one of the three or one of many, but when you're asking me those questions, that's why it's hard for me to say, yeah, we definitely can do that. Because obviously, economic viability comes into play. At some point, if we just keep having to chop away at the number of units or make the building smaller or add other things, then it becomes to a point where we can't do it if we agree to all of them. That's why, standing here today, I can't agree to them. On top of, obviously we have to logistically make sure they could be done.
Right.
So, and I think what you're getting at, there's, like you said, 3 options. One, you vote on the whole thing, yes or no. I'd prefer that not be the vote. The second is we vote on, you vote on them individually, the 6 variance requests. I'd be up for that. And I think the third option that I think you were kind of getting at is you vote on the 6 with contingencies on the 1 or 2 or 3 that, things would be done by us to help, make those happen.
Yeah.
Is I think what you're saying.
Yeah, and I mean, the
And I
other
would
would be
prefer option 3 out all, and then like the fourth option, I think you're saying is just table it, obviously.
to table it to the next meeting.
The third one's hard though, as I think you're getting at, how do we put in words? how-
Right. It's easy for us to do that when you're talking about requesting somebody landscape the base of a new monument sign. That's a pretty easy
Right.
condition to write.
Right.
Make sure it meets staff's requirement.
Right.
Some of what we're asking for may be hard to condition, and we understand that some of it may be hard for you to meet. Okay. So I appreciate that response.
Sure.
What are thoughts generally up here on the matter?
I'd rather vote.
On the project as is, with the conditions,
Well,
a few conditions applied? I
We
mean,
keep putting up all these developers off and keep on losing them all. I mean, we gotta make up our minds what we're gonna do here.
we put off Garden Station for a month and they're demoing and hoping to build with a better product than they brought when they came.
Yeah.
But I do understand your concern, and that's why generally my preference is to apply some conditions in addition to what's suggested by staff to help guide the petitioner and staff. So I do understand that. That's how I tend to lean, generally speaking, as well.
Jason, if we vote on them individually, he's still gonna have to come back, or we're just gonna
We would
say no?
vote on them individually, and it would move forward.
All right.
Just moving forward.
Let's do that.
I guess my concern or question about breaking them up individually is how do we then propose the conditions that staff has listed out.
And
if
the,
we do break it up individually.
and the complexity of that is that a negative recommendation on one could, assuming that the board takes it up, could make the rest of them, as an example, a negative vote on the number of parking spaces could make the project as a whole difficult to facilitate at all. Which, you know, that's, how much time do you think you would need realistically to explore some of the options if we were to hold a special meeting in, say, 2 or 3 weeks? Is that too fast? I'm trying to find a middle ground here, guys.
Putting the pressure on.
Because I know that we've got people up here that are probably not going to vote for it without. I mean, we may have some who don't vote for it. Whatever you bring back, that's always a possibility.
Right. Right. I mean, you know, to Commissioner Case's point, I mean, we'd like to know if it's going to happen or not at some point. You know,
Yeah.
And we've done a lot of changes. We've put a lot of time and money into it. We're getting to the point where it's like, well, geez, you know, we got to figure something out here.
I appreciate that.
So
I do.
we are kind of at that point. At the same token, you know, it's hard. Are we close? Are we far? You know, no one can say. You know, what are the things we're looking for? I mean, I think you said, you know, pushing in that west side, losing a unit there.
We would not leave here tonight without giving you a list of what we're looking for.
If you
the best that we can.
So I think Greg can answer that question after you give us that list. You know,
Okay.
if you say, hey, these are the 3-4 things we need you to explore, then I think Greg and I can come back and say, okay, yeah, we can get back to you in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or not at all.
Okay, so that I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I'll get.
We just
back
need to know
you.
the scope.
Yeah. So my question is, for those up here that are currently not comfortable with the parking variation as it stands for 6 parking spaces, is there a number between 32 and 36 that you're more comfortable with? If it's a loss of a unit?
And that's exactly what we'd be looking for, right? Because if we put numbers on these things, then it makes more sense, right? If someone says, no, you got to have 40,
Yeah.
then we know, let's not waste any time, right?
Right. And I can't bind anybody to a vote, but let's say they lost 2 bedrooms and it's 34 instead of 36. Does that change your vote on the project at large? I mean, it's clearly trying to thread a needle.
Right.
And our recommendation's not binding. So holding them up forever is not good, as Commissioner Case has alluded to. But there are some things that I think, whether it's bringing that west wall on the 3rd, 4th floor in and potentially using a unit, a couple bedrooms, that brings the parking a couple short, 3, 4 short.
Correct. We're talking a variance of 6. 6 is the number, right? That's the one we should be looking at. So the number is it 6? Is it 4? Is it 3? Is it 1? Is it I need a +3? I mean, what are we talking here? That's the conversation.
And
regardless of
I'll go with 34.
No, the number is between 6 and 0.
3. 34 parking spots.
So 3 is a number you're
We
comfortable
could
with.
cut the variance in half, would be a number.
3 is a number
Right,
you're
cut it in
comfortable
half.
with. Mike?
Mike, are we on the same
Is 3 a
page
number
here?
you're comfortable with?
Yeah.
3, a variation of 3 spaces.
Ken?
3 works for me.
Okay. So what you're hearing up here, and I'm telling you this is not binding, if that was a variation to 3 instead of 6, bringing that west wall in, finding ways to, and I understand there's engineering involved, and some surfaces don't work well in certain situations. Some things are not good in all weather. Some things don't hold weight well. I get that. Ways to create a little bit more impervious surface. I know that was a issue with a couple people, some not so much. And then I guess the last one up here for us to discuss is perpendicular versus angled parking.
But That's not a,
That's an
that's not a variation
It-
request.
it's not, but they're asking for,
Could they gain another spot out of doing that though?
Potentially.
Of going perpendicular.
Then that would get the parking variance down to 3.
I struggle. I struggle with that because
I understand that that's not
utility
necessarily,
poles.
yeah.
Bring it down 3 parking spot. Maybe we go perpendicular, maybe that's how we get it, it's up to us, right?
Yeah, so
We'll weigh all the options.
hearing that, how much time do you think you need? I
looking
guess
at the
my question is 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 5 weeks? Because 4 weeks is pointless, right?
3 weeks.
3 weeks? So, what date is that?
June 30.
June 30th.
I looked at it, it's his birthday.
Well, staff, will we have enough time on staff's end for that?
I think so. I have 3 other cases to write, so time is very precious. I do have one other question.
Yes.
Did we talk green roof at all? Is that something you explored?
It was something we were going to look into
Okay.
at some point, but after, we start the building process.
Okay, so
Permit
possible.
process.
Okay. What date would that be, please?
That would be June
30th, you said?
I mean, technically, we could make it any day, but Thursday's the day we usually hold the meeting, so.
Okay,
And we wouldn't want to conflict with another commission meeting or something.
because July 3rd then is,
I'll be unavailable.
it's that weekend,
So-
right? It's that Sunday
Th-
or Monday?
That's correct.
It's
Sunday?
Monday.
Oh, I said July 3rd because that's my birthday instead of July 4th. Please strike that from the record. Yeah, I'm sure we'll make it work. The question is if we're republishing or not. We still have time to do that also. If we want to publish it one more time, just to add that variation on the landscape.
I guess it wouldn't hurt
Right. I agree.
if we have the time to do that.
We would.
So we're leaning towards that. Pretty much everybody up here wants to review before they vote with those changes and 3 parking spaces. I mean, alternately, it's to ask conditions and ask staff to review it. I mean, that's the other alternative. Which we've done, but this is this is a project of, I hate to say it's of great magnitude, but it's of great magnitude to the people who live next door to it. And it's pretty great for Villa Park. And 4 months ago, it would have been the biggest project in the village.
Right.
So is that what I'm hearing up here for consensus?
Yeah,
You won't be here?
I won't be here.
But I'm on that, I'm on this route, correct? Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, let me ask you this. Obviously, the next village board meeting would be what kind of dictates all this. If it pushes us off to the next meeting, then it doesn't really matter if we do June 30th or...
Well, they meet twice a month.
Oh, they meet twice a month. Okay. Got it.
So there's
Options. Then
a helpful sort of cycle there too.
Okay. And then we'd also need to know deadlines for Ellen, as far as, you say 3 weeks, but does that really mean we need to get things to Ellen?
I can't cut it as close as I did this time. Thank you, please. Yeah.
Do July.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you go to July
July
14th?
Yeah,
Or just vote it now.
yeah, our vote is now.
Just pull the Band-Aid off.
Good. We're kind of all on that consensus now anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say we can't move the other case. We can't move any other case to the 7th. Well, if we went to July 7th,
We could move our text amendments. We could continue that. Because I'm really not feeling that this evening.
Right. Well, and the 225 West Stone, we could reopen and continue to the 7th too. I just don't want them all on the 14th is the thing.
Yeah.
The text amendments, I don't think will, these are ones you've all agreed upon. I think we should move forward with that motion. You had a unanimous last meeting on them.
Okay, so you said you think we should do that to this evening? Is that what you said, or?
Yeah, what was
I
on
mean,
the agenda.
It should be quick.
Yeah.
So we're moving it to the 7th?
You don't know yet.
Don't know yet.
Well, the 7th doesn't help us much, right?
Right, no. We did it 14th.
Because we're already going to be here the 14th.
Right.
It helps me though.
It helps you
Right.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To have 2 meetings back to back, I know, but
One with
Village
this,
boards meetings in July would be 11th and 25th.
and my items are due to the village board the Wednesday prior.
And I guess we don't have to do it Thursday. We just can't do it on a day when this
Trueness, yes.
is occupied. I don't want to drag this out. That's the thing, but I don't think the recommendation is going to be positive as it stands right now. I mean, I don't know. I'm just, I know where my vote is, but, and I think those subtle changes make a huge, especially the bringing the west wall in, make a big difference to the project, and I'd hate to move it forward without that. I know, Mike, you can't be here for the 30th, but
no, I'll be doing it.
but you've essentially expressed that if we were to move forward with that, you were comfortable with 3.
Yep. Either way, you'll get my opinion.
Don, could you be here on the 30th, you think?
Yep.
Everybody else? Okay. And I know that's tight, but
To go,
do you
okay.
think you can do it? Keeping in mind that we're really going to be addressing in that public hearing too, we're going to be addressing the changes that were requested, and I don't imagine it's going to have wholesale changes over the whole development that we have to re-review.
Right. Yeah, we're talking about 35 bedrooms, right, from 38 to 35 bedrooms. They're bringing the west wall in, looking for more ways for impervious surface.
Are at least examining the pork chop. I mean, I still think, even with the possibility of Park being closed, the reality is Ardmore is closed for Summerfest too. So, I mean, that's another reason that the perpendicular parking may work better than Ardmore is just as likely to be closed for Summerfest as anything else. So that's maybe, so you have the setback, the permeable paver, permeable surface, the pork chop, perpendicular parking, and the reduction in bedrooms by 3. That's where we're at.
Just the parking variance.
It's the parking variance.
Right, it's the parking variance. Yeah, you're right.
It's tied to
But
bedrooms,
that
but all we're
removes,
worried about is
right,
this-
but it's
the net-
reduction in
the net
bedroom,
difference.
right, yeah. Yeah, it's
In
getting,
terms of the perpendicular too, because we have the parking across the way, we probably could do a lesser drive aisle, a couple feet, Public Works is willing to consider. And if we looked at that 4 foot, there's still a little room to maneuver in there on the perpendicular. We just think it's better for the neighborhood because this group wants it this way and that group wants it this way, and it creates more flexibility for all, so.
I know it's a sprint, but I think we'll end up with the better product and one that's probably going to have a recommendation up here where I'm not confident that would happen right now.
So
And
June 30th with those changes?
Does that work?
You need a motion then,
Yeah.
correct?
So I would make a motion to continue this item to June 30th, 2022 at, we're going to do 7:30?
Yes.
7:30. There will not be further notice on that. if the motion is approved, I just want that to be clear to everybody. This is the notice of that movement. You know what you need from us?
I think I got, the only thing is the date, if Ellen could help us out. You know, I know June 30th is the meeting, and that's great, but when do you need things from us? And what? I mean, I know we agreed to 3 weeks, but we're not sure what the
I
other
think
deadlines are.
we're talking site plan and fourth
elevations.
floor plan and maybe the new west elevation. I mean, I don't think we need a new rendering.
The engineering is still.
I mean,
Needs a rendering,
well,
yes.
yeah, okay. The architect,
West elevation would be the same one that we have.
the architect says we do, and the village board is probably ultimately.
And
The village board's
engineering
the village board's ultimately probably going to want one that matches the elevation anyway. So you'll have to do it at some point.
So site plan, west rendering, fourth floor layout.
Assuming that's the way you achieve.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Right.
Yes, whatever you need to put together to show us the changes and how they fit.
And Ellen, when would you need those 3 items by?
We can work that out after unless you think you can't do it.
Well, you know, if she says tomorrow, then we got a problem. We can't do it.
We'll give you the weekend.
Thank you. We can go to the office right after this. 17th or 18th, Greg?
That's a week.
Yeah, 9 days. I knew 3 weeks would turn in. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay.
We're going to pick the 18th, since you said 17th or 18th.
That's what we do.
I know
Okay,
you're-
so we are technically still on the public record, and the court reporter might be trying to transcribe some of this. So
Gotcha.
it's late, we're getting loopy, but.
Right.
But.
So you have a motion to continue to the 30th with changes on parking, west wall, impervious surface, pork chop, and consideration of the alley parking. They will get their items to me by the 18th. Minimum new west wall rendering and a site plan, fourth floor layout, if that turns out to be whatever layouts are affected, a new
Yeah.
floor layout.
Yeah, so that would be the motion that I would be making. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second, or actually, you're the motion.
Okay, I will make the motion.
Okay. All the way from Ireland. We have a motion from Commissioner Schlinsky. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. That's from Romano on the other end. I'm forgetting names at this point. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that will be continued to June 30th. There won't be additional notice. Actually, we will be publishing notice to clear up the variation, the specificity of the variation. And then I know there aren't many people here left. I'll explain when we get there, but we will be limiting when we open the public hearing, we'll be limiting questions, comments to the degree feasible to what has changed since we were here last, because this was a long hearing. I appreciate anybody who's still here. I appreciate those who were here until 15 minutes ago. So we'll see you guys in 3 weeks, and that is the end of that public hearing for this evening.
And that's 7:30 also?
Yes, we'll do 7:30. That should get you on the first meeting in July of the village board, I think. Whereas our next scheduled meeting would push you to the end of July, I think.
Yeah, they should be on for that first meeting in July.
Yeah. So we have text amendments, which I think we can get through pretty quick. But I need a quick break.
I need a 5. Yeah.
So I'm going to request we'll make it a 10-minute recess. And then we'll get through the text amendments real fast. Ellen wants to get those wrapped up. We'll be back in 10. All right, so we are back in session here. We're going to be going through petition PZ 220006, Village Code Amendments to Zoning Ordinance Appendix C, which we've talked about in previous meetings, including a public hearing. So we're actually reopening the public hearing.
Do we need a motion to reopen?
I'll make the motion to
We have a
reopen.
motion to reopen, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're reopened. Fill us in, Ellen.
Okay. So, taking one more smaller bite of the apple, we did publish for a longer list of text amendments. We discussed them on May 12th. There were some that there was great certitude and consensus on, so I've brought those back to you this evening in a red line version. And then I will ask you to continue the remainder that had been published. We'll continue them to the July 14th, 2022 meeting. And that will include accessory structures, the Scribner errors in the Section 4 MX districts, and there are a few other small things like sidewalk width. So all of these were under consideration in the public notice printed on April 27th. And so those are the ones we're discussing here. One is that driveway widths be made consistent across a couple different sections at a minimum of 9 feet measured at the property line. And that driveways in street yards leading to off-street parking and rear yards may not exceed 12 feet in width when they lead to one parking space or 24 feet when leading to 2 or more spaces. And then the other section of the code indicates, just so that you're aware, a maximum of 30, whichever is less. Circular drives, this was one that Director Argulis had brought up, that circular drives be 12 feet in width, that, so we're widening it a little bit, and that low evergreen shrubs be installed and maintained along the length of the circular drive. I think we lost something there. It's going from 10 to 12. We lost the red line.
And just for clarification, and for the board as well, once they see this, evergreen in line item D is a term of art and not a type of shrub.
Okay.
It's not a specific, like.
So I should find a genus name for it?
No,
or-
that's the inverse of what I'm saying.
Oh.
Evergreen is a term of art. It's it allows for variation of different types of genus of the
Oh,
plants.
yeah, yeah.
Versus like capital E of evergreen would be a very specific type of plant. I just say that now because a board member has brought that up to me and I said, no, we're not saying you can only plant one type of shrub.
Thank you. I will make sure that goes into the memo. Okay. The second element is lot coverage. And this is something that got cut out, but it refers folks to a table and deletes that first sentence in B because the table had recently been updated that there's a maximum of 50 or 60% in the R districts based on which district you're in. The next one is the specifications on pavement, and this is a little different than what you found, but Director Guerra has indicated this is what it should read. This is best practice.
That's
So
what we
going from
wanna
a
see.
2.5 to a 3-inch surface course and from 4 to 5-inch cement concrete.
I trust the director that those are the
Mhm.
adequate numbers.
So we did make a little change on this. At the visibility triangle, we had talked about just exempting out all of the districts. And then Director Guerra and I talked about it, and there may be some instances where we could still do the site triangle. So we thought it would be best to just say in the C1, C2, and MX districts, the determination of visibility triangle shall be reviewed by the village engineer and determined by the Director of Public Works. So we can get them as often as we can get them. Okay, rather than just exempting them all out, we thought that was more prudent.
I'm comfortable with that because there could certainly be situations where a site triangle is warranted at some intersections.
And where we can achieve it.
clarification is with the zero lot lines, we do have locations where the parkway is narrower, where that side triangle may be of more importance, particularly like on St. Charles, where you have high traffic volumes. We may well look at new development, we may want that side triangle to be determined, where other instances with the parkways large enough, that variance of not needing that side triangle would be then waived.
Yeah, I could completely see that, especially if you have high traffic and narrow parkway.
We just had concerns of safety, we didn't
Yeah.
want to completely.
I mean, at Ardmore and Park, I mean, when you get to an acute angle, right, where you, in an annex, right, you would, that would be a more,
Yeah.
an opportunity to make sure that we're,
Well, we will work to get them as often as possible, and it gives the flexibility here.
That makes
But-
sense.
Mhm. So the next is the driveway visibility triangle, and here's two examples showing, on the left here is the Kenilworth Townhomes, and you can see how the fence goes all the way to the lot line, but at the library on the east, we pulled it back a little bit. So the code reads whenever you've got a RS district up against something else, it should go to the lot line. But there's times like the library where you don't want to block that view. So again, we're suggesting that that be determined by staff. And zoning administrator right now is the director of community development, but it may not always be, so it's written this way.
All right.
And again, it's just to avoid a conflict in code and make the decision based on best practice. And then I have the two sections in here showing how they were worded, the two sections that might conflict. The next then comes from Public Works, and these were definitions of lot coverage. As you can see, we've talked about how originally, or in the last version of the code, lot coverage was just the building measured against the lot, and now we're adding impervious surface. We're expanding out things that would be counted into the lot coverage. And again, the Director of Public Works will have the final say on whether it is truly semi-impervious or, permeable, based on best practices and guidance with the DuPage code that we administer. Anything else on that, Mike?
No, that seems pretty straightforward, and I believe we reviewed those.
You have.
Going back almost to the beginning.
This was one that I think folks thought was in, and it got cut out of one of your text amendments. Here's another one on that, and again, it's that concept of semi-pervious, allowing that decision to be made by the village engineer based on best practice.
Yeah, some of those should have gone in with the ordinance related to residential.
Correct.
Lot coverage.
When you expanded it to 50 or 60%. So here's your considerations on approving a text amendment, that it's legislative discretion, not controlled by one standard, and is it in conformity with policy, and does it correct an error or inconsistency, and each of these do that. So we recommend approval of the text amendments outlined above. I've detailed them briefly here, and then when it goes to village board, they will have a total red line to look at. But if you were so inclined, do you want me to read these? Or do one of you want to read it?
Oh, we can. I think we're probably going to have a motion pretty quick, so there's
So
no,
go for it.
no need to read it twice. So before we make a motion, are there any concerns on any of the issues that Ellen presented? So then,
So my question though is that if, based upon the recommended motion language that you have, it's to approve the text amendments as detailed below, but then further at the end, the same petition is to be continued. There's no conflict of us providing portions of the text amendment at this time, but continuing the entire petition for another date?
I don't believe so. I was planning on bringing, I'll check with the village attorney, but I don't believe so, which is why I did it. I will
Or
then.
perhaps our president
Oh,
can speak to whether or not
yeah.
the board would consider the text amendments.
well,
that-
I mean, I think it's a legal thing more than anything. I think it's probably okay, but if it's not, I mean, we could always republish the text amendments for the 10th time. But
My thought was that breaking it into two events and agenda items for the village board would be preferred anyways.
Yeah, this is President Kazone. Yeah, I would definitely talk to the village attorney, because I know when the original text amendments came up for containers, I believe, it was done a little bit incorrectly, which made it real difficult, and that's why it kept coming back from the board back to you guys. So, yeah, I would definitely have the village attorney see how the best way to address that, so we don't have, it comes to the board, and then the board decides, well, we're gonna make some changes, but other changes, and then it comes back to you guys again.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
So
and definitely.
this was noticed as specific text sections, correct?
Each of the sections
Okay,
identified
so-
here were in the notice. Yeah, and I can republish for the
The-
accessory structures too.
Well,
If you'd if the village attorney deems that most appropriate.
Yeah. So, what is the item that's being continued? Is I might have that. No, I left that at home.
Continued discussion of accessory structures, Scribner's errors in Section 4 MX District, and the remainder of the items that were included in the legal notice published on April 27th.
Oh, that's
That was how I summarized it.
okay. So that makes sense.
And then the legal notice is on page 1 and 2, so you can see what's there.
So then let's make two motions.
Okay.
I think it's kind of unnecessary maybe to have two votes, but I guess let's do it that way.
I think I can knock this one out for you.
So the first would be to recommend below as it's worded, and then the second would be and we'll do these separate, to continue, and then Ellen has it worded very well on page 1. Second bullet point.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the following text amendments of petition PZ-22-0006 as follows. Article 7, parking, section 7.8.4, amending driveway width at property line and garage. Article 7, parking, section 7.8.5, amending width of a circular driveway and requiring low-growing evergreen shrubs along the length of the circular drive. Article 7, parking, section 7.8.7, driveway design, cross-referencing lot coverage requirements with Table 2-3, lot and building regulations, R districts. Article 7, surfacing, section 7.9.4, parking area design, amending the minimum specifications for driveway construction. Article 9, section 9.3.1, intersections, amending requirements for visibility triangles such that the determination of requirement on corner lots in the C1, C2, MX1, MX2, MX3, MXT, MXR1, and MXR2 districts shall be reviewed by the village engineer and determined by the Director of Public Works. Article 9, Section 9.1.5C, landscaping and screening, provides that when a conflict in regulation exists, requirements for solid screening along the entire length of a property line separating residential and non-residential property, a determination of fence location shall be reviewed by the zoning administrator and determined by the Director of Community Development. And Article 14, definitions, measurements and definitions, amends definitions of lot coverage, impervious site coverage, and semi-pervious surface to correspond with the stormwater ordinance, and allows for final determination of whether a surface is impervious or pervious by the village engineer and determined by the Director of Public Works.
I'll second that.
I have a motion from Commissioner Slinsky, a second from Commissioner Orlowski. Any questions, comments on the motion? Okay, we'll do this roll call. Jackson?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Lutke?
Yes.
Orlowski.
Yes.
Romano.
Yes.
And Schlinsky.
Yes.
I too vote yes. With that, our recommendation passes to the village board. And then we'd have a motion to continue the remaining items. Do you want to continue that to a date certain? Yeah, we need to, otherwise we have to republish. Next month? Okay. Okay. So then that would be a motion to continue to July 14th. So anybody want to make a motion to continue the remaining items? Or go ahead, Justin, you have the
I'll
motion.
make a motion to continue the items of the accessory structures, Scrivener's errors in Section 4 MX districts, and remainder of the items included in the legal notice published on April 27th, 2022 of petition PZ 220006 to a date certain of July 14th, 2022.
I second that.
Motion from Commissioner Schlinsky, second from Commissioner Orlowski. Questions, comments? Roll call. Jackson.
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Orlowski.
Yes.
Romano.
Yes.
Schlinsky.
Yes.
I too vote yes. That will be continued to the next regular meeting.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
You have any comments or anything before we adjourn? I think you don't look like it. Okay. So there's a motion to adjourn and a second from Schlinsky and Orlowski. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.